Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. I am your host, Mr. David Knoll, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers, and I greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite creator. And I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many, many blessings in the universe. So with that, I welcome you to It's 12:15 a.m. on 420. And yeah, I'm ready. I've been ready. Yeah, I've been ready. Just saying. The topic for tonight's or this morning's topic for this sort of discussion, it's in the doing that we learn. And it is just a simple fact. But it will be we're going to discuss it after we get 420'd. At the Bombardier. It's time to get 20'd. I can barely see the bottom of what time it actually is. So, but anyway, I don't need an excuse to smoke at any time, right? Because it's 420. We're viable. So it's all in the doing, right? So when you learn how to smoke a pipe, um, then, or if you smoke a pipe, then you learn how to get stoned. So it's in the doing of something, right? So the lessons learned, life itself seems to be a 420 moment. Hey, Miss Pearl, hi to you too. I hope you're doing well. Honestly, honestly. Oh, and I got a question, Miss Pearl. That stairway, that looks like your old house. I thought you was weren't you supposed to move or gonna move? Is that your new house's stairway down to the bottom? I'm just curious because something in my head said, "But that looks like the same staircase of Miss Pearl." I'm just curious. Well, I'm glad that I'm right in that it looked like the same staircase because I was like, but I'm sorry that you're in the same house. Does anybody else? Um, it was a couple of weeks ago. We had a really bad um, cloud spraying exercise, and me and a bunch of other folks started coughing and hacking, and I got this stuff that's like kind of locked down um, in my lungs, and it's only certain types of smoke that gets me to cough. But at the same time, when I do cough, I'm coughing up phlegm. So that's a good thing too, and let it in the sense of staying in my lungies. But anyway, there's four and two. There's four people and two likes. I'm just looking at the fours and twos. My hubby got a new job. Gone 2 weeks at a time now. Um, well, I hope you're not too cold. It's 12:19 a.m. on 420. I mean, what a really good opportunity to. Yeah, my head's draining with something. Several of us have just like they're not flu symptoms. It's like a cold. It's cold-like symptoms. Nose stuffed up and runny and whatever. But anyway, it's woohoo 12:20 on 420. That would be 1640. 1640 on your AM dial. Woo, sorry for the interruption. Yuck. But it gets that out of me. Yesterday, the 18th, well, I guess it's 2 days ago now, was one of my brother's birthday. And I'm glad I got a chance to call him yesterday morning, and it was still morning, by the way, which is unusual for me. But he was like, "Glad you called, brother." And I said, "So how you doing?" He goes, "Man, I'm mad. I said, "What's wrong, man? You sound all down." "Well, we got an inch of snow on the ground here, and I wanted to go out and play golf." So he was a little ticked off that, and I don't blame him. You know, that on his birthday, he's going to go out and maybe play some golf and or go fishing or something. And poor poor guy up in Ohio, poor guy's got it's just snow on the ground outside his house. And I'm like, man, dog. He's like, I bet y'all got nice weather down there. We did. It was a beautiful day in the neighborhood down here. Lord of mercy, it was a beautiful day in the neighborhood down here. You know, it's not like I want everybody up north to move down here. Um, but there are some folks that live up north who actually should be Southerners. They're in the wrong place. But anyway, in a couple of months, it's going to be so flippin' hot. However, I've been in Ohio when it was hot and humidity during the summer. And them folks up there who say, "Oh, it's so hot down there at your place in the summer." I was at your place in the summer way back when too, but this last summer we was up there. It was pleasant during the summer. I was like, "Yeah, buddy, I can take this." But anyway, so what is it? I've had this subject come up in my poor tiny little brain the other day, and the spirits have been kind of make me. Well, they don't make me; they suggest. And I can't remember what it was I was watching, and I think it was somebody. I watch a lot of, not necessarily watch it so much as I listen to the story of some of these anime. And there's one called the Magi or the Maggie or something anyway. And so I'm listening in, and whoever wrote the story were very, very good information. I was like, wow, that's true, and that's true, and this is true, and that's true. And so, and one of the pupils was like, why do you have me do these things, master? And he goes, "Well, how are you going to learn?" "Well, I can learn. I could read a book or I can watch you." "Yeah, but you don't really learn it until you do it. And that learning is in the doing." It's true. You can watch somebody do something, doesn't mean you know how to do it. You can read how to do something, still doesn't make you an expert. Although there are folks who read things all the time and thinks they're experts. So the active, it's in the doing, is so. I thought, that's a really simple statement, but oh my God, at the different levels in it, it is in the doing. If you want to be a spiritual being, then you got to practice being a spiritual being. If you want to be a good horse, um, I was going to say a horse car driver. Okay, let me hit this thing one more time. I don't think I have. I don't think I got my right brain on. A horse car driver, a race car driver. I was thinking horses, a good horse rider. Anyway, you got to be on a horse. You got to ride the horse, right? But if you're going to be a race car driver, you got to learn how to drive a car and know how to react and so forth. So, but the only way of learning it is in the doing of it, right? The practice of it. People who learn how to do certain things with their eyes closed. For example, a couple of weeks ago, my hot water heater's been out, couldn't get the heating element out, and I literally beat it out with a hammer and a chisel. Now, the end of the chisel's about this big around, okay? And the head of the hammer I was using was about that big around, okay? And so I was pounding on this thing, looking at the screw the that screws into it is the back of the heating element, but and I'm ramming on this thing and going like this and just beating the hell out of it, seriously, making big dents. And I turned, and while I'm hitting this thing, and I looked at the hammer and I looked at the end of the chisel and I went, wait a minute, this is one of them aha moments for me. I have not looked at the end of the chisel nor the head of the hammer. I was focused down on the screw and only hit my hand twice. I'm seriously beating on this thing, and I hit it on the mark every time without even knowing it, without looking consciously at the hammer and the head of the chisel to make sure I hit it, because it was more important for me to look at the bottom end. Now, what does that mean? It means that years of working with my hands, with using a chisel, with hammers, and just tools, my brain already knows about certain things. Like where the end, all I have to do, all it has to see is the end of the hammer and the end of the chisel to know where it is. Thank you, Robert V. And so, in doing something repetitious, like I brought up this 90-year-old Native woman that took to the uh, bus station years ago from the after the Tullahoma powwow, and watching this wonderful old lady, what a sense of humor, and she's doing this really fine bead work, and I've talked about this before. But the beads were so tiny, and she's just stringing these things. Now she's got a fairly long needle, so she can put them up on there and slide them down the string. But I was like, she was looking at me and talking and watching people go by, and she's just doing this thing without even thinking about it. And now this has been close to 20 years ago, 19, 18 years ago ish. But to the point though, in those years when she was telling me these things, she was like, so how do you work your puppets? How do you know which strings to pull when you want something to happen? And I said, well, my brain instinctively knows which puppet's going to talk next, and how that puppet, how the controls work, and how the mouth works, and how much to give it a little bump like this so that the mouth jiggles, the head jiggles up and down. I mean, and you got one in each hand, and it's instinctive. It comes after practice. She goes, yeah. Well, she said, you know it because you have been, here's the key word, doing it for so long. And I went, oh. She goes, I know how to do this bead work because I've been doing it for so long. She says, I'm 90 years old and I've been doing this for a while, you know? And, well, it did sink in back then. But with almost 20 years from that time during our conversations and, me being 20 years younger, which would have made me 49 instead of 69 and three quarters, I'm like, well, holy cow. Seriously, holy cow. And wait a minute. But in the past 20, 18 years, I have used a lot more hand tools. I have not stressed over certain things and allowed myself when and this takes practice in the doing of it. You have to allow yourself, trust yourself that you're not going to hit that chisel. Now, and you can't be thinking about it. I mean, as soon as I started thinking about, am I got to hit the head of this chisel with this little tiny round hammer. I could have picked a better hammer. Um, I realized that I'd been doing this for 4 or 5 minutes and had not thought about looking at the end of the chisel once. Now, that's very important about this because there are ladies in the kitchen who are doing this thing and whooping up something, or meant to. They get a couple eggs and they're in this, and they're making a. And there are folks who can make a fresh batch of biscuit mix from scratch, and I would still be looking for the recipe. They've already got it done. Well, no, I already got it. I'm the oven's preheating. We're gonna have some fresh biscuits in a minute. What? Hell, I wouldn't. So because they've been making biscuits forever, they just boom, 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 and it's done. For me, things like that. But they can't go out and change spark plugs. You know, they could if they got off the book and did that. So recently, in working on my vehicle, I was noticing that there are places and stuff where you got to put your hands, and it's a cramped spot, and you're underneath, and you got an arm over here, and you've got to hold on to, a an extension, yay long, with a socket on the end, and you got to balance it between two fingers while you hold on to the bolt, and you got this. And I was like, my brain had already was manipulating my fingers for me, left-handed too. And I was like, well, and I was under the truck, and I thought, now this is curious. I didn't even think, how am I going to hold this up there and get it to do at the same time? And I just reached my hand up there, got it started, and my hand did this little trick thing with holding it between two fingers. And I just stopped and went, crap, that was really good. Whoever thought of that, that was a really good. And because I have practiced over the years with using my hands and puppets and things, I was never good enough to be a true sleight of hand artist. Um, but that's where I was practicing to be a magician of sorts. Um, to do between sets and to warm the kids up and the audience up before the puppet shows. Anyway, so now I know about it. I've practiced it, but then I might not be able to flip a coin between my fingers. But I found that I can hold nuts and bolts and screws and tools and stuff in between my fingers this way, and I'm still amazed. I'm still amazed. But when did I learn it? How did I? I have been learning it because in all the years of doing mechanical work, maintenance work, and these types of things, my brain and my hands already know what to do. My brain sees the issue, and this hand's over here reaching for the hammer, and this one's reaching for the chisel, and between them, the two of them, they just go, oh, here, this is what we do, boom, 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 Hey, Miss Susie, how you doing? But if I had not done it before, ever, then it would be a difficult task. Now there are things that I have worked on mechanically that I have never worked on before, but because I have mechanicked on lots of different types of machines, well, um, I have the mechanical ability, like being able to look at certain things. I can find the middle of something and be like this close almost always. It's uncanny how correct I am. Did I miss anybody? If Robert, if you haven't gone to sleep yet, it was a great show tonight. Thank you. I always have fun when I'm on with you and the stories we read and discuss. But so in the doing, so it's sort of like the hundredth monkey. If you do it 100 times, by that hundredth time, you have it's just in you. You don't have to think about it. It has become a part of your behavior, we'll say. Not that you're a monkey, but oh hey Tracy. Oh Susie, what you talking about the show tonight with Robert? Thank you, if that's what you meant. But anyway, thank you anyway. But so friends of mine, I keep talking about my dear friend Marcia who passed away. She did a lot of sewing on my puppets and things and helped do needlework and knit work and stuff. And she helped make puppets and stuff. And she could just do it. And so where me, I'd have to, flip the foot up on the sewing machine. I would have to physically go through these steps to like, okay, now the foot's down, the tension, the thing lined up, and she'd sit down and she'd go, "Get out of the way." And I go, "Why? Just get out of the way." And she'd sit down and go, "She plump plump," and she'd have the damn thing sewed up before I could even get it to line up or whatever. And her sewing, using the same machine, was somehow always better. And I'm like, how come I can't do that? I have watched you. I can sew, but it's very carefully and stuff. She's going, bring, bring. She goes, "Well, I remember when we first met, she would, um, my wife at the time and another person and Marcia all worked at the same sewing factory together." And I was like, "Oh, yeah." She goes, "Remember, I used to sew clothes before I became a nurse." And I went, "Oh, yeah, that's right." So, besides that, but man, rip through the sewing machine and do this and flip it around and brrr. She helped sew costumes for us back in the day when we were doing theater. And yeah, yeah, I miss her. Um, our love affair was not physically; it was more in that we love to do the same types of things, and we love to go on adventures to learn new things. So, but simply because my dear friend has passed away, doesn't mean I can't still learn, or can't still go on an adventure. And I was endowed with um, a gift recently, and that I was not expecting, and I don't think I asked for, like to the universe, but it came in, and so now within a couple of days, I should have a new catalytic converter on my truck and some other parts that I needed, but I was holding off on. So a person sent a donation to me, and it is very helpful because it looks like I'll be able to fix my truck sooner than like 3 months from now to put the final touches on it. So anyway, thank you to the universe and to this person. But anyway, got to send the love out there, when it comes in. But um, if you don't try something new, then you'll never learn anything new. And there are times when if somebody says, well, for example, back in the days, somebody, you know, us buddies would get together and somebody say, look, I'm pulling the engine out of my old Ford and I need to do some work on it. I'm gonna buy some beer and have it in the cooler. Y'all welcome to come by and we'll just have a cookout. We'd go over, pull the truck out, engine out. Do we do these things sort of like barn raising? And we did some of that too. Here at my house, folks would come out for the weekend and I'd pay them in food. Of course, that's the reason why some of the stuff in my house was crooked as a dog's hind leg. No offense, Duggar, but Gator, my swamp donkey over there. But so, um, if you don't try to learn something new, life just gets stagnated. I mean, there are folks, there's some, well, I'm just bored. I just don't know what to do with my life. And I'm going, I got like, I got a list of like 90 things that need done. Some of them like as soon as possible, And I was very grateful to Michael who came down and spent that 2 weeks with me. So, and he did help me out a lot. But there is still so much more landscaping and things. I still haven't put on my, yeah, Susie. If anything, I'm like overstimulated or something. There's, I know you got to do that. Yeah, I know. But what about, yeah, I know I didn't fix that yet. Well, I know, but what about that? I know we started and I didn't finish that either. Son of a bitch. Quit reminding me. But there's so many things that really need to get done. And I do the best I can under my circumstances. And I try to not get down. And I don't really, but it is frustrating to know that I can't do a third of what I used to be able to do. I've been working on a flower bed right outside out here. It's got a couple of them trees in it that privet hedge that we don't like. I took my nasal meds a little late, but anyway, so I'm going to dig it up, right? Well, Michael worked on it before he left. Now I've worked on it since, and I got a hole down in the original clay soil that about 30 inches, meaning almost 3 foot down, and I still ain't got to the bottom of this root. Can't get it out. So I got the whole front yard dug up, which was but necessary, let me say. But what should have just taken me like maybe an hour has taken me like days to dig this damn thing up, you know. But I'm completely redoing this bed out here because several friends have given me some large bulbs like astas, and I can't remember the other one that look like lilies. They're beautiful, and I've got some that have been in there naturally, and a lot of weeds that got into it that don't need to be there. And it's right there at the front of the house. It was underneath a crabapple tree, and the trees died many years back, and it was very old. But with that said, so I just want to. I got all my rocks sort of. It's not really a rock garden, but it's lined with rock. Anyway, so and a lot of crystals there and things and plants that I want to do. And I also want to be able to plant some like vegetables around the edges and see if I can't do a little bit of double, like, lily bulbs and stuff like that don't get in the way of other types of roots. So it's going to be a garden plus bulbs and tulip type things and garlic and onions and that kind of thing. So to make for it to be my quote rock garden. But anyway, what should have been was just a couple of hours worth of work has been several hours worth of work done over several days. because after an hour of doing this really hard labor, digging this SOB out of the clay, I hurt. I'm hurting. I'm hurting. It's all I can do to stand up or bend over, and it ticks me off, and that's old age. Well, and a bad back. But then I'll go out a little later on and mess around and pull some other weeds and dig around it and cut some things. And so, but what should have just taken me maybe a day is taking me all this time. So, um, I'm getting things done, just not near as quick as I would like or that they should have done or whatever. Everything's been a pain in the ass. Like, damn it, man, what do you like this for? So, because it's 420 all day long, and one of the first out here to share one with you, so we don't need an excuse at any time. And because Bob, this is coffee. We love you. We'll puff, puff, pass, and hope that Bob gets a little high on this too. Somebody asked me to say, Dave, is that all you think about is getting high? No. But how come? Well, because I'm always getting high. Do you think about it? No. Why? Because I'm always getting high. Now, that's not really true, but sort of. Um, where some friends of mine like to roll up a big old blunt or something. I just don't like that thing. I just don't like blunts. But to roll up a great big old hooter, yeah, okay. But I prefer my pipes. Um, even though that incident the other day with cleaning out the goop out of my bowl, that was just, I wish y'all could have seen that. That was just funny as hell, trying to get that tar out of my pipe. But anyway, Frank and Toaster, how you doing? I smoke a one hitter. Yeah, I've got one of those too, but I can't find it at the moment. But yeah, and I've got this little, I what, now I'm not going to be able to find it? So, gun, it was laying right here. Don't you do that to me. Oh, there it is, further back. I'm sure that many of you have seen these, and it's got I don't know what kind of wood it is, but it's beautiful. And so there used to be a spring in there, and this is where you put your tobacco. And so you grind it up and put it in there, and you put your one hitter thingy in there. Well, I lost my brass bat that went in there, right? And I couldn't find this for a while. But you talk about convenient. So you take your little one hitter that goes on this end, you open it up, and if it's not spring loaded, you just dump it out in your hand, grab it, you shove it down in this side and give it a twist, light it up. When it's over, put your hitter back in there and close the lid. Really convenient, puts in your pocket kind of thing. I gave these something similar like this out as Christmas presents one year. You know, back in the day, my friends really liked me because I came up with some really cool things that, wow, you mean you put weed in this? Yeah. Wow, you put weed in it? Yeah. And then you go like that and holy crap, what do they call us? A one hitter. Oh, and it all goes right there. Yep. So, but anyway, now I would like to make things like this if I had my shop cleaned up. A dugout, is that what you called it? The folks around that I got these from didn't really have names. They could barely speak English, you know, and we were like, oh. But yeah, really nicely made. It's a really hard, dense wood. I've got some cherry wood that's this hard and this dense, and it's just beautiful. And even though I could put stuff in it, but I wouldn't know how to get it back out. I got to find me. Hmm. Oh, I just thought of something. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, I could ream that out a little bit. Oh, this is a piece of. I think it's steel. Wait, let me see. Well, if it should be stainless. I found this piece of tubing. It was in a um, one of them inhaler things, the inhaler things, the stuff that everybody's getting sick of. It's got glycerin in it. Do you know what this is doing to your lungs, y'all? Quit it. But anyway, and this was the tube that had the igniter in it, and it had some um, a coating around it that made it look like a cigarette, right? Vape, a vape pen thing. So um, I'm going to find something since I relocated this because it really is just convenient to have. And if I'm down in the woods with Duggar or something, and I want to just get down there and just, just yeah, I don't. Yeah, I tried it, and I was like, nah. If I'm gonna clog up my lungs, I want to do it with real tobacco. I'm sorry, but anyway, but this came from a vape, and I use it when I roll my own cigarettes. Honestly, cigarettes. I have real tobacco, and because they don't have a filter on them, I will stick them in this, and then this is my cigarette holder for my hand rolled, honest, real with tobacco cigarettes. Um, and I have smoked a joint in them, but eh. But yeah, I would love to make those. And one of my favorite little pipes is these little woodies, as I call them. And I gave them away as Christmas presents one year, and I make them, and it's got a hole drilled all the way down through the pipe, so that when you light it, when you fill it up and light it, you can take your finger on and off like this as a carburetor. And so it's such a short pipe um, that you can regulate if you want like a full hit, lots of smoke or smoke and air mixed. And the smoke and air mixed is like, wow, it doesn't burn. There are people who like hunker down over, like they're going to eat the damn thing. They hogging it, man. Or to just see where it's starting to light good, and you give it a pull or two and take your finger off, it's clogged big time. But that um, it mixes a lot of air with the smoke, so which is really what you want. So it'll absorb in you good. So, but anyway, and it's really small. You can palm it easily. I have been where somebody be surprised and I can palm it like this. With put it. I can put it. I've learned to like put it between my fingers and do nothing in my hands kind of deal. But you can. But a sleight of hand in such that um, and it's a hardwood. I've had this. I made this woody 15 or more years ago, and it goes with me on camping trips and things like that. But um, I learned this is by doing that little woody I just showed you. I was practicing. I wanted something small that I could hide in the truck or the car. At the time, I had a station wagon, little Datsun station wagon. And so, I had been busted in Tampa and way back when, and I was off probation and everything, but it damn sure didn't want to get caught again because it'd be like they could try to put that two for law on you, right? Oh, you've been arrested 2 times, and holy crap. So, anyway, so I found a spot on the in the on between the dash and the fan or something there that I could stick this pipe up and it would be hidden. And you literally have to get under the dash and crane your head to see the damn thing. So, but I knew where it was, and I could just reach along up there and pull it down with my finger and pull it out. So I got the right thickness, so it wedged right in there and would hold. I did hit a really hard bump one time and the thing fell on the floor, but um, so I came up with the slab, is what everybody said. They said, "Well, what is it?" And I said, "It's just a slab of wood, but it's the depth, it's the size of the hole, it's this the I've got some stainless steel screen that I put in there, which will last for like ever if you're careful, versus the brass screen that people normally use in their pipes." But anyway, here I am on 420 talking about pipes and stuff. But I learned how to make one that really fit and that I could smoke easily and hide. And the result was the slab, And I used I used to put engravings on it for people, and it was if you held it up in the mirror, it was my initials backwards. But anyway, it was silly. What's those? Oh, those are sacred markings. It was my initials backwards. But anyway, it's kind of hard to. My middle name is Wayne, so it either looks like a W or an M. It can't disguise it. And a D is a D or it could be a B, but anyway. So, but this is related about learning how to make a pipe, um, because it's learning how to utilize something that I was taking wood that was being literally just tossed away and burned. And I was cutting it up and repurposing it back in the middle 80s, right? When I first started making these things. And I've had people over the years, that pipe you made me? Yeah. Well, I lost it. Do you have any more? And I'm like, I've got a couple of small pieces of wood left of that. And like maybe I might be able to make one or two of those pipes, But I do have some walnut and I've got some other hardwood. Like there's a lot of oak that's down around here because of all the hurricane damage and everything a few years back, and recent storm damage too that took some trees out. But so if I could get my shop and everything back together, I'd be making these things just to send to family and friends who wanted one, just because they are convenient and this is why I like them and I smoke them like this. So, but anyway, um, but now I've gotten different kinds of wood and stuff, and I've got a piece of black walnut. And the guy that gave it to me, we were in this consortium where we grew weeds separately but together. So it was me and George and Sandy. Now they're both dead, and I'm 69 and 3/4. And you couldn't prove it anyway. It's just hearsay, but there's a moon. Y'all notice the moon's really low in the sky this full moon, where the last 3 full moons, the full moon has been like straight overhead. Something really weird happened in that we have tilted or the moon's moving big time. So because in the last three or four new full moons, the moon has been pretty much overhead. And for the moon to have traveled all the way down to this 45-degree level, somebody's been moving really fast the last 3 weeks. Just saying. Can't do nothing about it but hang on, but we have moved, and there's the evidence where the moon is. So, but in spirituality, there are some folks. Now, I mean this honestly. God bless them. They're trying. But I think they're overthinking things to the point where I know I have, and other people that I've talked to who over the years, say, you just have to let go. And then you just know, you know? Yeah, I know. I know because you just have to, well, you don't think about it and you have to do this and a special. No, actually, there's this weird thing that you do to yourself, and that you don't shut yourself off, but you do. You shut all the other stuff off and just allow it to happen. You don't think about doing it. You quit thinking about everything else, and it will just happen in the doing. Like when I'm using because I'm using the hot water heater as an example. I should have broken my wrist as hard as I was slinging this hammer at the end of this um, chisel. I mean, I was whacking it. If I had missed, I'd have a broken hand right now. So, but that's the lesson, Hawkeye. What you talking about? It's in the doing. So when we learn that we don't think about hammering something or sewing something, we just do it because we have learned it before in doing it. So the trust comes in that, okay, Hawkeye, Dave, higher self, whatever, you know how to do this, right? Yeah, we got it. Go ahead and look over here. Go ahead and do. We got this. Ba-dam, 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 ba-dam. We got this. Ba-dam. Okay, you got it, but you got to give it up. You have to give up the fact that, oh, I gotta watch this, and what if I hit my hand, and it's gonna hurt if I do, and it does. But when you allow your brain to just do it, and there's a lot of stuff that this entails. It ain't just a hammer and a chisel or whatever. No, it's all kinds of stuff. It's in your observations that you make every day with other people. Like how many folks have noticed where the moon is, how low it is in the sky this month compared to last month and it was overhead. Raise your hands. I noticed it right away. It was peculiar. I was like, wait, and I try to mention it in that the moon's pretty much overhead and it's full, and so. But how many other people are? I'm not trying to be like better than anybody. That ain't. I'm just saying how many people are observant enough to notice. Wait, crap! How'd the moon get down there last full? Wait a minute. Just saying. It's just in the observation. So you don't try to observe, you just do. And when something's out of place, because hey, good, you noticed? Cheers. I didn't, I was being kind of sort of, Tim who? Howdy, howdy. Oh, it's a 20 time again. Yeah. I'm making this up. Hey man, I'm smoking some burnt toast, man. It's 420, dude, man. Come on, let's have some amber dope, man, or whatever. See, I just caught myself doing something I'm used to by the doing because I smoke primarily out of a pipe. I always bump it against something, if I'm while I'm driving in my car. I'll stone you when you feel so all alone. Everybody must get stoned. Yeah. Come on, baby, let's get stoned. But to tap a bowl to knock it loose, and so the next person who smokes behind it, it hasn't gotten all um, gummied together and created a brick of tar. So there have been some folks that have been talking about, the I was going to say spider venom. Wow, that's in Spider-Man, Spider-Man. He can do whatever you can't. Hey, Susie. Um, but the snake venom thing, and I was like, what? Oh, you mean it's and everybody who? Oh, well, we're gonna have a lot of lizard people. you know, um, can you say Land of the Lost and the Skeksis? Anyway, so we were talking about the snake story where the story of the young lad that goes up the mountain. And the snake says, "Hey, carry me down." And I won't bite you, but it gets down to the bottom. The snake bites the boy. He dies. But the rest of the story, though, is that in the biting and quote killing of the boy, the snake was so grateful that he made the young brave part of the snake clan, which is like a high honor. So the story at first is, oh, it's just a snake. That's why I bit you, yada, yada. But if you hear the rest of the story, that the snake was so grateful and became a member of the snake clan, wow, wait, wow, that seems pretty interesting, don't it? Okay, well, it's a reptile. Well, does every reptile mean a bad thing? Is every shadow in the darkness a bad thing? Was talking about this before, in that the only way you're going to know is to like practice, right? So if you feel that there is something around you, something has invaded your space. Now, let me put this out there very calmly. There may honestly be something, you may honestly be seeing something, but I know of some people who have kind of sort of gotten to be hypochondriacs about it. They're just they're nasty beings swarming them all around them all the time, and maybe maybe, but from the sound of it, it's that because they're so paranoid, they have imagined it, they feel it, or they simply have brought these entities to them because of how they feel. Oh, they're attacking me. Oh, they're always after me. It's like a swarm of bees. Calm down. Are you sure? Oh yeah. Oh, okay. All right. Oh, okay. I'm not trying to put you down or nothing, but it just the way you're describing it and so forth. And are you sure you're not like over? No, I'm not overboard. They're all right. Calm down. Um, they're hysterical, and maybe they really truly are being attacked. But I ask them, no offense to them, but who are you? Well, what do you mean, who am I? Well, do you pose some kind of threat to some demon race or something? Or does your family, is there some kind of background? Is there something, you know, um, their thoughts. Yeah. And so it's like, um, well, no, but then you find out later on her mother was something and tootled around with Wiccan stuff and tried a little conjuring and little love potion number 9. Well, she bent down and turned around and gave me a wink. She said, I'm going to make it up right here in the sink. It smelled like turpentine and looked like Indian ink. I held my nose and closed my eyes. Da-da-dum, boom, boom. I took a drink. I didn't know if it was day or night. I started kissing everything inside. But when I kissed the cop down on 34th and Vine, he broke my little bottle of, sing it, y'all, love potion number 9. Oh, I'm sorry. There's one of my musical breaks, interludes. But what time is it? Oh, it's 1:10. Ooh, we're almost got another 20. Yeah, love potion number 9. Oh, well, she bent down and turned around and gave me a wink. Anyway, I love them old songs. They're fun to sing too. So there are things that I think are going on in the universe that some folks, maybe like you and me and us and other folks too. Now, I don't want to leave nobody out, but kind of sort of sticking for a moment with the shaman in training thing for me, and that not everybody is a shaman in training. You can be if you're looking for the right spiritual thing, okay, but might not necessarily be um, that you want to become a part of the snake clan. You might not want to get bitten by a snake to learn if whether or not this is your path or your medicine or whatever. Now I've had hawk and owl as my daytime, nighttime um, um, totems, along with beaver and otter, which are I saw beaver down on the river just well, it's been a few days back now when Duggar and I were back down there. I will it's a quick story. Made it down to the river since I've been opening up the trails, right? Which is just so grateful that I've been making the effort this spring. It's gonna be a lot easier to maintain over the summer, and it's already filling in, man. Springtime, that man, you can't even see through the forest in places now. But anyway, so standing down on the bank, and the beavers will make this. They'll here's the water. They will pull their tail up and then splash it down as they dive underwater. And it kawoosh. It's like we used to do it when we were kids in our stand up swimming pool in Granny's yard where you could take your hand and cup it and boosh. Hey, Chloe, how are you? Good to see you. I was just thinking about you and you popped up. But so where you can hear this kawoosh sound from like 150, 200 feet away. And so snuck up on the beach, and Duggar's already making his noise and running up and down. The beaver is not intimidated by Duggar running up and down the bank. Me's a different thing. So I sneak over to this tree and stand, and I sneak over to this tree when he'd go under, and sneak down to this one and just stand still. So I got a really good view of this beaver. He's about halfway in the middle. He's like almost midway in the river, and makes a curve. And he was out there playing in the curve, you know. And so Duggar, it was really quiet. There was no noise, no carumping or nothing. And Duggar goes down to the edge of the water and takes a little sip. And about that time, kawoom, that dog went. He just went, oh, straight up like this. I almost peed myself, which ain't hard to do these days, and doubled over laughing right there on the spot. Wish you could have seen. I was sad for him, but I was just tickled as hell too, you know. But anyway, he's pretty much a chicken shit in certain ways. He's a female uh, person's private part, which brings me to that silly joke when you know Henri sees Boudreaux sitting on the park bench there downtown in Louisiana. He goes, "Hey, Boudreaux." He goes, "What's up, Henri?" He goes, "Man, you smart, right?" "Yeah." "You so smart?" "Yeah, I'm real smart." He said, "Well, let me ask you a question then, since you one of them college boys, right?" "Yeah, I done been to college," said Boudreaux. He said, "All right then." And he said, "Then, do you know what a female woman's yet is?" And Boudreaux, he said, "Well, now, I did not take biology and when I'm up there, in them colleges. But let me see, a female woman's yet." Henri said, "That's right." So Boudreaux, he's not scratching his chin and scratching his ear and folding his arms up real good on that park bench to make himself look like he's real smart and all. And he said, "Well, he says, well, how do you know you got proof?" He said back to Henri. And Henri said, "Well, it's right here in the Times Picayune paper right here." He said, "What is it?" And he said, "Woman shot. Bullet is in her yet." But your own drum roll, please. So it's 11 what? 16? It's a bad joke. It's really bad. Scratch and Katniss. Hey, howdy doodies. Chloe. Oh, it's 11 6. No, it's 116. Na 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 na. La 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 ba ba da 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 ba. I got the Beach Boys singing in my head. Help me, Rhonda, help me, Rhonda, get her out of my heart. Oh man, them Beach Boys, you know what I'm saying? And on this channel over here is Simon and Garfunkel playing "I Am a Rock, I Am an Island," and I'm wrong. Anyway, and on this channel over here, do 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 do, boom 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 boom. It's getting near dawn, doom doom. Boom. Some cream when light shining through on you, boom 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 boom. Some original Eric Clapton. But anyway, so that's what happens to me when I don't get enough weed. No, but in the doing spiritually, there's a lot of things that I know folks are having troubles with, because of just listening to conversations kind of thing, not being nosy, but just kind of paying attention, and it's like, well, something's lacking because they're still looking. But in all outward signs, it seems like this person should have gotten this thing about just accept it, just let it go. And instead, they keep, well, I don't know if, and well, I learned some more, and well, I just, but didn't you, haven't you been like through this subject over the last couple of years? And I thought you got it the first time, but somehow you're still talking about looking for what I thought you already had personally, but they didn't get it somehow because they don't allow it to just happen. They have to make it happen. What? Because everything you have to create it, you have to manifest it. Well, that means I gotta manifest this thing. Let me put on my manifestation helmet. All right, everybody, sit down now. You in the back, shut up. I heard you snickering. You know, no, you have your imagination helmet. Yeah, yeah. When actually, over the many years with things, you just have to let it be. And in my hour of darkness, she is standing right in front of me. Whisper words of wisdom, let it be. Let it be, let it be, let it be, let it be. Whisper words of wisdom, let it be. The other night, and I think I was using um, Chloe as bait, but um, there's sometimes that I always seem like I have to go too far. And I talked about this before for myself, in that, I couldn't just sit down and take a cigarette and tear the filter off and smoke it and give an offering. I don't have to go outside and build a big fire. I don't have to fast for 2 or 3 days, or I don't have to go through. I can do a ceremony by closing my eyes and sending a positive thought in the right direction and with the right intention. Now, I got to say that when I got to the acceptance of 100.1%, which I swear, y'all, you just got to have it. Um, then you know you got it. Well, I want to do a smudge for a friend of mine. Well, really, I'm doing something else, but so in my mind, I'm doing a smudging. Okay, so I'm going to do a smudging for Chloe, and in this smudge in my head, but I'm outside walking through the woods. Okay, so I'm doing a smudge, and I'm centering offering, prayer, kindness, whatever, whatever it is at that time. So because I've done ceremonies and because I've used sage at all these times and because I have done it before, it's almost, I know by going through the memories of the smudging, is it as good as? I don't want to go there. But it ain't about a comparison. But it is about that, if I'm my thoughts of pure intent in the smudging, I smudge to the north, I smudge to the south, to the east, and to the west, and I give honor to the up and to the down, and honor especially to the within. I wish to send this prayer. So I have gone through the steps in my head. All right. I've got little clips of this in my head, facing north, south, east, and west. I have, because I've done it so many times. So am I cheating? I'm kind of sort of like picking up a prayer that's maybe still circulating out around in the universe, but my intent without the sage is the same as if I had the sage. Because there were times when I didn't always have sage. That happens to me when I reactivate Facebook. See, I only go on Facebook like once. I've actually been on Facebook like 2 times in a month, which is like, what? I hadn't been on it like 2 years. Uh, when my creepy neighbors are outside, I burn sage, but less than 2 minutes. Really? That's good, Delaney, honestly. But so anyway, um, I was obsessed with doing it and having to do it right every single time. If I'm going to send a prayer, if I'm going to have a ceremony, if I'm going to do a thing. And I mentioned my dear friend Marcia before. She goes, "Why do you do that every time?" And it's like, because it's part of what I do. And she goes, "Well, can't you just send the prayer out there? Do you have to burn sage every time?" And I was like, for me as a shaman, I know it. I mean, I'm not burning sage now, but I can smell it. It was just a little whiff of sage. I've got some. I need to burn some actually, uh, because I want to. Ooh, that might work. The last time I put it in something, it got so hot it cracked and broke, and it burned me and broke one of my favorite glass things. But so it is in the doing. But also, I've learned by doing it, which means doing nothing but everything. Oh, that is such double talk right there. And when you start doing it, you'll understand what I mean, because it's like you're there, but you're not there. You're working on it, but you're not. You're working on it by not becoming involved, and you're letting your higher self do it. You're there and kind of paying attention, and you're along for the ride. You can stop or change it at any time. But if you just allow your instincts to do it versus trying to overthink it. So I was in the motion of overthinking every single time. I was like, blah, blah, blah. I love you, Marcia, wherever you are out there. I honestly hope you're content. Um, but the fact that if if myself as a promise to the universe, to Mother Earth, when I laid down on the ground and said, I am a warrior for Christ, I am a warrior for the Mother Earth, will walk as a shaman upon this, upon Mother Earth, and I will walk as quietly as I can and learn and share as much as I can. And, you know, I have try learning something you're new for focus on something that's positive. If you did that, you wouldn't be here. The physical observation of thought expanding. Tim, who don't know how long you've been around. I know there are a lot of folks who've been hiding in the background and so forth. I welcome you to the chat. Um, and Frank and Toaster too. Yep. Um, y'all are welcome. And I've talked with some other folks like offline, and they're like, um, your channel, Dave, is one of the few that I might consider like chatting in the chat room. And when Michael was here, he said, I never said anything in the chat, but he said I always felt welcomed, even though I didn't say anything in the chat. So I love you all. I do. The fact that y'all come around. Peekaboo. Yeah, there you go. So, but this, I don't know if I told this part of the story, but one night, one evening at around sundown, you better take care if I find you've been creeping round my back stair. Sundown, da 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 da, when I'm feeling no pain. Sorry, musical interlude. Number 243. Are you keeping up, ladies and gentlemen? Good morning here on No Tree Radio. 1:29 a.m. on 4/20. That's April the 20th, 2022. All those numbers got to mean something, right, everybody? Cheers. Let's smoke if you got them. Um, but I had a walking stick, as I'm opt to do when I'm going, and he had a roll of surveyor's tape, bright pink surveyor's tape, right? You like the musical nights? Nights in white satin. Never mind. Is that the Moody Blues? Yep. Nights in white satin. Never reaching the end. So I got one of my favorite walking sticks. I got some that they're walking sticks, but then I got some that are like there's just something about them. And so we were down in the woods and had almost made it to the campsite. I mean, in fact, the way he had done is went past it. I turned right from where we were going and like ran into the camp, and I was like, "Crap, there it is, right there." But anyway, so while doing that, um, we'd been down there a good hour and a half cleaning out the trail and doing some snipping and putting up ribbons so you could find the trail and going down places and going, well, this ain't the trail, and backing up. And it got dark. And instead of turning around and coming right back as it was getting dark, I stayed a little longer because we had just marked it, right? All I had to do was turn around and follow those ribbons back to the house, which is very convenient even in the dark. And we put them close together enough to where you'd have to be an idiot to not be able to see it, right? In certain places, it's a little odd, but um, we had to, there are certain areas that really need cleaned up more, and where so there's some limbs over and stuff. And did something just fly over back here? Because there are no bugs flying in the house. It's too cold. Something just flew. Hi, whoever you are. Mid sentence. Pearl, well, we must have known each other somewhere else in another in an in it was in another lifetime. The anyway, another come here, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm. And the little Jewish kid, that sold his soul. Um, but so anyway, we're down there and I was tired. I was really ready to come back. And went over to the camp and did a thing, did a that. Here we are. And I said, well, let's go back. Now I had taken my wonderful walking stick and leaned it up against a tree because I needed both hands so that I could take a pee. And then after doing that, I left my stick a leaning up against that marvelous tree, went on through the woods, and mightily daintily walked back to the house in the dark with the ribbons flowing frequently, got to the water and said, oh my God, where's my walking stick? Somewhere back yonder, right? Right, I know it's rhyming. Yeah. You have orbs tonight too? Cool beans. Um, so got to the water where the bridge is that we just kind of put up, but it with my walking stick and being slow, I could get by without just get slopping through the water. And I do need to fix it up better. I do tell you that. But it will require just sloshing in the water to do it, which I'm not opposed to. It just we had enough rain to where we're not supposed to have rain for a couple of days. beans into a bowl. Um, so I told Michael, I said, man, I said, tomorrow, I said, we'll go down there first thing. I'll get up and make some coffee, and then I'm going to take a walk because I want to see how the trail looks. Because a lot of this was kind of sort of done at dusk and near dark 30 and in twilight, you know. Um, in the twilight, though I see her blue eyes crying in the rain. When the roll is called up yonder, we'll walk hand in hand again through the land that holds no heartache. Blue eyes crying in the rain. There was a black man up in Albany when I got gas after dropping off Michael up there. Um, he was, hey, yo, man. And I was like, what? And he goes, hey, Willie, you going to sing us a song? And I was like, Willie, what the fuck is he talking? He thinks I look like Willie Nelson. I was like, hey, man, how you doing? Had never met him. But anyway, that was so funny. Pumpkin custard. Hmm. So anyway, I said, I'm going to allow my spirit to find my walking stick. Now, I literally, where we were at down there, it could have been any freaking place. I mean, it could have been between these two trees. There's a palmetto. Here's a palmetto. Here's some bushes. Here's a log. Here's a thing. Here's a this, blah, blah, blah. It could have been anywhere. Okay. And was down there following the ribbons. And I said, well, we went too far to the left. The camp's actually right here. We went past it and then up. We really just circled around it and passed. So I had to back up. And Michael went this way, and I was going to go follow him. And I stopped and went, wait a minute. Um, and I said out loud, I said, Michael, I said, my walking stick is somewhere nearby. I backed up 2 feet and took it between. Here's a palmetto bush, here's a tree, palmetto bush, here's another palmetto bush, and a tree. And so I backed up and went between these two instead of these two, and there on the ground, I took 2 steps. I can't remember if I actually stepped on it, but looked down and went, "Oh, there's my walking stick." He was like, "You found it?" And I said, "Yeah." I said, I just have to go where they tell me to go. That I could, if I had just kept walking mindlessly, instead they said, and I felt something, it's nearby, it's close. And I just kind of looked around, didn't really know, backed up 2, maybe 3 steps, went between this two, there it was. If I had taken well, the 3 steps I took forward or and then took back, it was actually to my right on the other side of the palmetto bush. I was on the wrong side of the bush, right? So they back up, come over here, and there it was. So I looked at him and I told Michael, I said, see, this is what I mean by just going with it. Why did I stop mid stride, third step, and go, wait, not a clue. I wasn't actually looking for it. I was allowing my spirit because I knew I was in the area the last time I could remember. I remembered having it down the trail at least to here. And then from here, I don't know if I had it when I got to the camp. So it was somewhere, nearby as far as where my brain was. But then by just allowing myself to find it, backing up, oh, it's here somewhere. Okay, just be aware of it. Why I backed up, not a clue, except that I all over through the years, um, that's that's what you learn through practice. It's in the doing. finding stuff, Hawkeye. Yep, there it is. And I could see it without looking at it. I knew I was close. So you could feel with whatever it was. I wasn't trying to find it, but I knew I would. And there's a lot of freaking woods down there and a lot of sticks and stuff all over the place. So the fact that I found it that easily, it's just proof again. So I said, Michael, there you go. There's proof. You were with me last night. Neither of us knew where we were. I even admitted I'm fucking lost. I'm stuck. I don't know where I am. Lord Jesus, come and find me. Because we didn't have a flashlight or nothing. Uh, well, sweet dreams, Miss Pearl. Happy 420. And be safe. Thank you for hanging out with us. Almost, and this one's for you, liar, Miss Pearl. Woo, that was a good one. You're off to get bored. Tucker's been exceptionally growly. I mean, like want to hurt something. So, in the doing of things in the world, so for most folks and in the shaman realm, now first you got to, do you really want to do this? Or do you just, or are you prone to being spiritual? Nothing wrong with that, right? Follow that path. But how deeply do you want to go down that their rabbit hole? Um, um, is scratch off? Did you scratch it off? Are you a ticket of some sort? Do you have a prize? Is there a prize every time when you scratch off? Never mind. Love having you all always. Um, I really am. I was so surprised. I went through the analytics. Oh, you're hanging out? You thought I was going? Oh, no, 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 no. I'm gonna be here because I got nothing else to do at the moment, and um, I worked my tail off outside this afternoon digging and um, trying to get that. I finally got that big old ass tree out of my flower garden out there thingy, and I've attacked and gone into. I will do a video, take some pictures or whatever, and post them. But it's my old rock garden that just got out of hand with these dead gum ugly privet hedge thingies, um, and a cuss just arr. And this one, I have dug a bunch of them up, and this one was like still going after going down to almost 4 foot around it and digging and pulling and jerking, which hurts my back, which hurts when I go. So I'm literally doing this back breaking work and huge asshole and moving rocks and stuff at 69 and 3/4. I might continue to add to the joke. But I really like the work. But man, after an hour and a half, that's it. I now I might go back out, but if I try to push it too much, and right now today was a nice, cool, showing up, nice day outside, and so I want to get as much of some of this stuff done as I can before it is too hot. So I'm making progress, not quite as fast as I would like, but I am making progress though. That's the key point. When my buddy come over today, I said, "See, since you were here last, see what we did here. See what I did over there. Oh yeah, see, I planted a few more trees since you were here. Good on you." Um, so it to me, it's all been good, But after 30 minutes out there the other day, I was like, Jesus, I feel like I have worked all day long. And it's only been 30 minutes. Oh, Jesus. How sad is this? So today I was out there and worked for an hour and a half. And I just, every 5 or 10 minutes, I'd just take a 1 or 2 minute, stop and take a deep breath, kind of, had to take off a shirt because I was starting to get too warm. But so I'm still learning how to regulate my old age to what I wish to get done and what I'm actually capable of doing. Meaning, is my back going to hurt so bad? My legs give out, And as much as I want to keep digging and doing, I mean, I physically can't, and that sucks. But but then I just say, "Okie doke." I take a smoke break and come in and stretch my back. I've got little exercises that I do. My loft right up here. I put my hands on it and do the old stretch my back and do the thing. I use the chair to exercise and stretch. I'll get some of the kinks out, and I'll go back out in an hour or so and piddle around. Now I might not do any heavy duty digging, but I'll work along the edges and moving the rocks and getting things ready for. Um, I'm rearranging all my rocks, and I got quite a few. And there are no rocks down here in Georgia per se. Okay, so all of these are rocks that I've gotten on all my trips to the mountains over the many years that I've been going to the mountains, and I was bringing them home. Hey, Mister Steve, thank you, thank you, thank you. I got parts coming in a day or two. Thumbs up to that. Um, so what I'm able to do now and what I'd really like to do is like, well, it's a ways off, but I'm still making progress. There's so many other things like grass is growing up, and now we opened up all this land, and at some point, um, I've been trying to see if there was a lawnmower for sale that I could somehow afford. But I've got three carcasses of lawnmowers in my yard. And it's like, I think I would rather pay someone for what the price of a new one cost. Uh, you know, I could buy a kidney or a lung for that price, Um, but that I've got three carcasses that the frames aren't rusted through. There is rust and stuff, but um, so I need to get them out and find which one I can work on that's um, least affected, and put it together myself. Whatever it costs to fix it um, would surely save me money and time for what a new one would cost. Was what I would kind of sort of like to do: get a new one, and it be the last one for a long time, hopefully. But at the same point, when I've got three derelict ones, and I don't know if the motors are shot or not, but you can. That's exactly right, Steve. That's it. That's it. Um, I know one of them I don't think has a mower deck under it at all. Which okay, I really need a little four wheeler to get around on to drag things down to the river and through the different trails and places and stuff. Like to pull the chainsaw and things. And I don't really want a four wheeler per se, but I do need something to that motorized one way or the other. Um, yeah, because I'm able to get down to the river now um, in under 10 minutes because I have marked the trails and have clipped them well enough to get through without much difficulty, and it's great. And I can't wait. That some of the things that I need to have done around the house, Duggar and I end up down in the woods, and then I'm clipping trails and stuff. You should be home working on the something something. And yeah, but Duggar and I are down on the river, and I'm making trails, and but the youngins and some grandchildren kind of folks, um, you know, may be coming over soon this summer, and we'd be going to the river. And it would be lovely to have uh, these trails to where I can at least pull one of my lawn um, wagons with me behind it, which is what I used to do. Because there's all kind of stuff down at the river that I have toted down there over the years. So, but would like to have an invite of folks and like maybe um, by my birthday um, to celebrate having a bonfire down there on the river, depending on weather and conditions. But for my birthday and doing a birthday celebration down there on the river, um, and which would also be um, my birthday is on the 24th of September, and the autumnal equinox is either on the 22nd or the 23rd. Sometimes the 21st, but usually the 22nd or 3rd. And also, it's usually the first weekend down here in South Georgia that it cools down. That it might get into the 50s, for example, at night. And the highs will be like 85, 82 to 85 rather than 95. So, but some of the neighbor folks and my other buddy and his children and folks, would like to go down. And the river's really clean in some spots because of last year. And it'd be really fun to go down and reinvent the swimming hole. Because we used to have parties down there with, I mean, family and kids, but there would be that little bit of beer drinking and stuff, and not every place down the river is good for swimming. So you could, go fish along the bank if you want to with a cane pole and some minnows or some worms, um, and or some chicken fat or something, um, chicken gizzards. With my neighbor next door, we both want to. Now, him and his wife are working a lot, and they're also doing. It's turkey season, and she shows up in the chat every once in a while, Miss Sheila, and she got a beautiful turkey. But they got it up in Worth County, which is north of us, 40 miles ish. And we do have turkey in the backyard back here too. Um, but in every time I take off at the like a burst of go over here kind of thing, Duggar loves it. Oh, we're going to the woods. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, and zoom. But I'll tell you, um, as far as because I've only had Duggar a couple of years, but this year he's starting to settle in. Like when I, for example, yesterday I gave him a bath in the shower. And he was like, "Oh," and I said, "Come on, you're going to take a bath. You're itching and scratching, and come on." So I closed the door and I put the hook on so he couldn't get out. And instead of him fighting me, which normally I had to pull and tug, I'd kind of tug on him a little bit and say, look, now you're getting in the shower. Come on. And warm water. And I got one of those uh, hand wand thingies, and that's got a dial on it anyway. So I don't have quite that enough water pressure to do it, but it's great for moving around and washing you like this. So anyway, got a really nice temp coming out, and I'm soaked him up good, and then he starts like digging it. I'm like, see, I told you I wasn't trying to hurt you. And so he's like, okay, now get this spot over here. Oh, wait. Oh, you missed a spot. Oh, wait. Do the, oh, yeah. So and down in the woods, he's been better about if if I, it's basically, don't go there. Come, stay with me. So that's my little code rather than no, whatever. So, oh, but Duggar has never really liked a bath kind of thing. It's like tug and war and come here and jumping and like, but he's become comfortable enough with me now that I go, look, I'm going to win. You're going to get a bath. Now just come on. And he was like, I don't know. I give him a little push and he went. So now, but the thing is so I've been driving him around in the back of the truck, let the tailgate down, let him jump in. I close the back though, but he's got windows on either side. There's a topper on the back, and so he's got freedom to walk around. He's caged in, but he's not. If he's sitting in the front seat, he's got only a small place to go. But so he's learning to do that. We went down to the river and went. See, this is also related. It's in the doing that you learn. Duggar and I've been teaching him to go along with me. if you if you'd see Duggar, we call him, his nickname is Swamp Donkey. Okay, because he hates to get his feet wet. He, he is pathetic. He is pathetic. And I'm trying to be nice. He's pathetic. Don't want to get his feet on the mud. He don't want to jump in the water. And oh God, if he gets his he's puttier now down in the swamp. Especially if it's like, really wet. But he'll pick this little way. He's such a ballerina. Do you get? He's such a ballerina. Oh my God. But so my buddy, uh, my buddy Bob says, yeah, but swamp doggy. But yeah, and he tiptoes around. It, one of these days, I haven't had the camera. I, Cooey, I haven't had the camera with me during a time when he did that. But he's hilarious. But so I still have video that I haven't uploaded from my camera because I can't, and I've got a couple of them. And I've got some medicine bottles that seal that I have memory in. Okay. And I've got different sizes and different ones. And I've also got those little stick in the um, USB port, but you take one of them little cards and stick it in there, to download it. Well, I can't, I know I've got two or three of them somewhere. I can't find one right now. So the video that's on my Canon camera, that I usually just pop the memory out and do it in and put it in and I can't find it. So, but I still got video of me and Duggar's last trip on the river with Michael. And I don't know if Michael's in any of the pictures, but anyway. Um, but yeah, what I would like to do this year, and I've been trying to figure out like So why do you want to do this, Dave? You know, well, when I was growing up, I saw Marlon Perkins and Mutual of Omaha's Wild Kingdom on Sundays. And while, and his buddy there at the end, a young fellow was Marlon Perkins was getting older. Um, and I can't think of his name right now, but lived in Albany, Georgia, and got Cheehaw Wild Animal Park started up there. They had an Albany Zoo, which was pathetic. And because it was so pathetic, and that he had worked with Marlon Perkins, they have the Cheehaw wildlife thing up there. And it's better than, and it's well kept. There are people who fund it and so forth. And so that's a nice thing. Um, this Jim Fowler, I think his name. Uh, your horse hates bath. But so anyway, so there are. It's sort of like a wildlife preserve. They've got a couple of injured eagles, for example. They've got some ostriches. They got a couple of elephants, and I'm not quite sure what else, but um, it's just up the road here. So haven't been in a while, but back in the day, I actually did puppet shows, and they used to have powwows there at the park, which I had went to. They'd have one in the spring and one in the fall, and I'd go to each one of them. That's how I started learning about Indian ways, and then I got in touch with some people, and then got to go to invited to powwows, and then started storytelling and meeting, and so for me, it's been a long process, and it's still a process. But whether there are some folks who are cut out. Um, I know some women, not many, who would say, "You got a kayak? Yeah. You got an extra paddle? Yeah. You got a PFD? Yeah. I'll go when you want to go." Now they're not around much anymore. Some of them have just gotten old and decrepit like me, but they were willing to go on the adventure and would call me up and go, "Hey, when was the last time you were on the river?" Well, hey, you want to go? Yeah, okay. When? Okay, blah blah blah. Call you then or whatever. See you tomorrow. Um, but not to say that there aren't adventurous women, but I'm just saying there aren't even adventurous men anymore. I mean, it's like, come on, let's go. But they come up with every damn excuse in the book to not go. And so, but what did you do? Well, I hung around the house with the old lady. And we bitched and moaned and complained about how much money we don't have. And, then why didn't you go to the river with me? Well, because I don't, and it's too much trouble. And I don't like to sit down like that. And, oh, Jiminy Christmas, God Almighty. How do you know that maybe you'll just have some fun? And because you have fun, um, that you can have fun and maybe that'll change your mood. You can have fun, Well, it's too much trouble, and you got to go down on the river, and there are mosquitoes, and yeah, but they have mosquito repellent. And usually, when I get out on the river, the skeeters don't bother you out in the middle of the water. And I've got mosquito netting that goes for like $3 at Walmart. You can get this netting to go, mosquito netting to go over your head, and you put that on. Now, I hate the buzzing, but as long as I know that they're out there, and you get a pair of them really thin white cotton gloves, and put on your hands and get a long sleeve shirt if when it's really bad with the skeeters, and you spray your shirt, your gloves, and everything with the repellent. You don't put it on you, okay? So you'll be stinking up your shirt and stinking up the area. Now, there are folks who use those type that you put on that emits this stuff and they don't come near you. My spirit guide said I was getting into that years ago, and they looked at me and they said, "Don't do it." But it's so efficient and everything. But there's the smell that I can smell that is just, well, there's no smell to it. Yeah, there is. No, there isn't. Okay, it's me and my nose, which has been got me into a lot of trouble over the years because I'm sensitive to certain smells and I just can't help it. I just am. Uh, Many years ago, when I lived in the house that was haunted, um, I had just been there like the first year or two, maybe. Um, and there was cotton planted all around the house and down the hill and the neighbors and over the hill, a bunch of cotton. So I woke up one morning because I worked second shift at the recap place to the sound of this. Hey, Michelle, cosmic hugs. And so there's a. I love the fact that they can fly and do the acrobats that they do. But what was coming out of the back end of this old biplane was um, defoliant that they use on the cotton to knock out the leaves so that they can go through and and uh, combine the cotton and then gin it, right? So, but anyway, and now the sound woke me up, the plane. I mean, literally, because I was on the hill and I could look out the window and see him coming down and spraying across the bottom of the hill and up the other way. And he would go down and make the turn. And then, yeah, I could see him. Let's see, he would be, I'm trying to do this and he would, I would watch it, yeah, and it'd go up the hill like this and spray just. Well, by the time I could figure out what was going on and woke up enough, the whole top of the hill was covered in this defoliant. It was in the house, it was on the road, it was on the back side of the hill, it was on the downside of the hill. The only place that it wasn't was where I wasn't. I'd had to go on a half a mile down the road to another piece of property to get some honest, clear air, and it messed me up. I have had trouble with certain smells, and especially that stuff gave it helped to give me seizures and stuff. I mean, it's like putting your head in a big bull and get in a bouncy house and then fill it full of, this toxic chemical, that defoliates plants and you breathe it in and out because you ain't got nothing else to breathe. It's all around you in the house, on the hill, on the road. It was horrible. Whew, let me tell you. So, but that's one reason why uh, my system is so acute, aware of certain things. Yesterday, when we went to the one store in Meg's, the lady was using bleach and mopping on the floor, and it was like, man, get me out of here, gotta go. So, um, but those things that affect us, you know, to wear something that gives off this odor to keep away mosquitoes, um, I can absolutely smell it. The hunter guys that used to come and hunt here every year, they were like, I don't smell nothing. Well, I can. And if I can, you don't think those deer and other things, but it keeps away the bugs. Okay. But I've learned how to, if you wear the same clothes, especially during hunting season, if you wear the same clothes every time you go, if you wear the same jacket, if you wear the same shirt, if you wear the same pants, I get out of the woods and take my woods pants off and put them in the house pants. Roll up my woods pants because when I go back to the woods to go do what I'm going to do, I'm going to put them pants on. They're already smogged up with bug repellent, and I don't have to douse myself. When I take off my clothes, I don't smell like bug repellent because it's on the outside. Um, so just certain things I've learned over the years is like, no, I don't need this other stuff. I really don't. Now, unless they're just absolutely carrying you away, then there is something you can do, and it's called build a smoke fire. Wherever you're at, what we used to do, especially when you're in the woods, if we were, down on the river, we'd build one on either side, either end of the canoe, on the bank, on the beach, whatever, and then one up around the bank a little bit. And it'd be a little bit of leaves and some pine needles and some sticks or whatever, and you light it, and it never really fires up. If it fires up too much, you want to put a little bit of moss on it or something to make it smoke. Because if you smoke, uh, hey David Castle, how you doing? Um, that smoke, because what the Indians and the pioneers did in the old days was they would smudge the houses with, like, they'd put some pine needles together, right, and make these bundles, sort of like they do with honeybees. They have these smokers that you pump on that has a little bellows on the handle, and it keeps the smoke going. And then you go and smoke the beehives. Well, it works with other critters too, like mosquitoes and stuff. And howdy, everybody, David Castle and Steve. I did say hi, I think. Um, but so anyway, so we'd build three small fires that were just smoke fires, and within a few minutes, the bugs there'd be a couple hanging around versus hundreds. It would clear them out, and all you had to do was keep these little smudge fires going, these little smoke fires, and down in them dense woods, and if you've got a high bank around you, it didn't take much to smudge it, and it pretty much cleaned the area out. And so you could sit around and you'd get the occasional one and you'd slap at her, but where they were like, gonna carry you off kind of shit. So that's how the Indians did it. That's how the Seminoles did it. That's how other people did it. That's how the pioneers at night, when they didn't have screens, they would go in the house and smudge the house using these quote smudge sticks of pine needles, and to chase the bugs out of the house at night so they could sleep. What I'm like, how did you all do it? Well, you see, them old houses that are got them high ups that all kind of smudgy up there. Yeah, well, because they went through the house every night and smudgied them up and chased the bugs out. Really? Yeah. I'm like, well, holy crap. You don't necessarily see that in the history books, kind of thing. But the old timers down here, and the evidence was in the house you see up there. That's where they smudged them when they came in at night. Really? Yeah. And they opened the top of the window back down, of the high window, so that when the smudged it, that smoke and everything would go out, and then the bugs, instead of trying to come down to the floor and go out, they'd pull that top window open and close the bottom one, And along with the smoke and everything, the bugs would follow the smoke and go out. Were you asking me a question there, Chloe? Like that always bothered you, or is it something that you noticed it more bothersome? You know, Chloe, to answer that honestly, there are certain things that still bother me, like that bleaching the other night. I could barely tolerate it, but because I was this close to checking out, I was like, and I really wanted to say something to her, but I didn't want to sound like I was badgering kind of thing. So, but um, it's my choice to stay in the store, but sometimes it catches you. I came around the corner and there was the bucket and she was mopping, and it was like, whoa, crap. Now, how do you avoid that? I mean, really, how do you avoid that? Doesn't happen all the time. It's once in them, but what do you do, right? And so, where before it would have absolutely given me, uh, knocked me out, literally given me a seizure, gave me a headache, and made me feel funky. But I was able to maintain. I still haven't answered what you said, Chloe, but here's the rest of that answer. And the other night, I noticed, wow, I can tolerate it long enough to get out. That's interesting. My observation to me, and I was like, well, it used to knock me out. Like, don't feel too, but breathe some fresh air and okie doke. So, in retrospect to the other day versus looking at it 6 months ago, 2 years ago, 10 years ago, back when, I was working at Mall Aircraft and they needed someone in paint room, and they stretch this material that is like fiberglass, the matting itself, and then they spray it with different layers of lacquer and stuff, and then they put the paint on it. All right, there's several layers to this, and they wanted me to do the priming, and with the mask, and I mean great big aerators, and I swear to God, I think if I would have had a diving helmet and fresh oxygen, I still don't think I could have done it. And I had to quit the job. Um, I'd have done anything else in that plant except work in the paint department. And to keep my job, OBD put me back there, and I couldn't handle it. But the time I was there, I was higher than a mother freaking kite, just from all of them fumes. I was like, sticking your head in a bag. And I, I remember back in the days when putting model airplanes and all different kinds of models. I love the putting them together. Um, I could put things together a lot of times, recognize them, having never worked on them before without the instructions. So I would try to put as much together as I could, just looking at the parts that you twisted off and did this and that, and put it together. And then it was a game for me. Now let me see what else is, there are things that are obvious. Let me look at the picture, oh, there's that thing right there, but not necessarily look at the construction part of it. Just there's the picture. Oh, there's a little flap there that goes by okay. Um, and then would say, there it is. So in that, I was always very observant and buying a model. I'd worked at Granny's store and worked doing on the carnival. And so my money, and so what I loved was making the planes and painting them and making them look as real as possible. And Chevys and old cars and stuff back in the day. But anyway, but I had a closet that was a walk-in closet. My stuff's on the right. On the left, I mean, Danny's stuff was on the right. But in the middle, we had this desk and light straight overhead and small desk. And I'd close the door in there, right, with model airplane glue. You know, that really good plastic smelly stuff that make you higher and crap. Well, folks were sniffing it. Well, I was not aware of the fact that because I was in this small enclosed space putting my models together, because you glued it and it was just in the air. I apparently was a glue sniffer from way back when. And Chloe, this is the rest of the story as to why my brain and smells and certain things, because back in the day, unbeknownst to me, carelessly just in the closet with the Dave came out of the closet with, you know, with Purple Mountain's Majesty and a pink elephant in the room. And just like, hey, buddy, what's going on? Are you all right? Yeah. What you been doing? Putting my model airplane together, and really be reeling. Rocking and a reeling, rocking and a reeling, baba ran, bop, bop, ba ba ran, ba ba ba. See, earlier, for those of you who were here an hour and a half ago, I was talking about the Beach Boys were playing in this here over here. Rocking and the rolling, rocking and the reeling, baba ran, bop, bop, ba ba ran. Okay, enough silliness for the moment. What time is it? No, is it a 20 and I missed it? Oh my God. Wait, let me fire this up. Let's do a 2020. It's 4:20 at 2:21 a.m. on 4/20, 2022. Bomb bop ba bomb baran. Oh, this tear gas. Oh God. Hey, I'm on Indian time, Chloe. One is the loneliest number. That is One is the lowliest, number one is the lowliest, number one is the lowliest number that you'll ever choose. It's just no good anymore since she went away. Now I spend my time just making rhymes of yesterday. One is the lowliest. Ooh, dog it. Oh, God. I once was lost in sin. Now Jesus took me in. Gonna have a little talk with Jesus. Makes me smile. Gonna have a little talk with Jesus. Gonna tell him all about my problems. Gonna hear him by and by. Gonna hate him by and by. Gonna feel that little world turning. Learning. Gonna have a little talk with Jesus. Makes me high. We doggies, that's some strong stuff. What, that one? Man, there are so many radio stations playing in my head right now that is like, I have, I, it's not a bad excuse, but it is the truth. When I knocked that tree over down in the swamp almost 2 weeks ago now, and the top came down and slapped my wrist and all the way down my arm, I'm just now start to get my hand working again, and where my wrist and arm isn't so bad. So I had promised that as soon as my arm got better, I was going to put new strings on my guitar. I really want to do a hootenanny night, and if somebody wanted to get on or play or something, I don't know how we work it out, but you know, I want to practice playing kind of sort of in front of folk, you know. I've kind of gotten used to um let me back that up a little bit. I've done a lot of performing in front of people uh, for a long time. Um, I used to belong to the National Forensic League in high school, where we went around and there we did debates. There was public speaking, like extemporaneous speaking. When I was in went back to school in the 87, 88. I graduated in 89. Um, that's when I won local um, extemporaneous speaking. I won state championship for the state of Georgia, and then I went to nationals and placed seventh. And so I've been able to do this and have done this type of thing for a long time, right? So where other people have just never had whatever experience. Now I was doing it because I wanted to be effective in front of an audience as a puppeteer, as an actor, as I have been the master of ceremonies, for example, introduce people, how you doing, fill in some gap, and basically ad lib a bunch of shit. And a lot of folks said, "Man, you could talk the paint off a wall, Dave. you know, you could make a wallpaper crawl up and cringe to get away from you." I'm like, what? Yeah, I got an old hound dog that can't hear, but he still wouldn't be around you. Steve, that I think that's I honestly mean this. I think that's absolutely great. You got 24 acres. And me and my buddy, my new next door neighbor, having just a chat, you know. I got 18 and a half and he's got 20-ish. Uh, you know, you never know. You just never know. Just Chloe, you just never know. But um so for anybody out there that's any younger, um my next door neighbor over here, he's got 20-ish. I'm approximately. Next door neighbor over here's got 25. Um And so with my 18 and a half, so we'll go 20 and 20 is 40. So we've got 50, 40, 50, yeah, 58 acres between the three of us. Almost 60 acres. Well, actually, it would be 60 acres because he's got 20 something and he's got 25 and my 18. So we've got almost 60 acres right here. And the property that's on the other side of Rick and Sheila over here on this side as I'm pointing, um, this neighbor on the right, he leases the land that starts on the other side of this neighbor, and there's like 300 acres up there all along the river and so forth. So we have access to all that without anybody shooting us, kind of thing. And I was like, I've kind of been walking the land anyway, just to walk it. And over the years, I talked to this neighbor over here, and I'm like, oh, that's his name, Uncle Roger, Roger, and then the last name is anyway. But this folks over here, um, I asked him again this year when we were burning. And it was like, yeah, you can walk it. And I say, well, me and Doug and we do, because looking out the window here is their back porch up the hill. And I am always kind of sort of keeping an eye out for their place. So he's like, yeah. And I said, I get UPS keeps dropping stuff off on your back porch thinking it's my house. And it's okay. Come up and get it. We understand. And you've been our neighbor for so long. And even though they thought I was a hippie motherfucker and that I shouldn't be trusted after 40 years of living here, they've just sort of accepted me that I guess he's okay. He ain't bothered anybody all this time. He must be okay, So, um, and I mean that in a good way because they didn't know who I was, and I'm this old hippie with crazy ideas and building a house out of recycled stuff, and you know, and being weird and playing the drum, and okay, so after all these years, though, and then the next door neighbor on the other side of that, he's got like 250 acres, you know. So, and we have access to all this land to at least walk and taking a good walk up and down the river in either way. So, and not so much maybe Ricky, but I want to have trails all the way along the river, his side, my side, the neighbor's side, because my dream is to cut these trees out of this river this summer and be able to kayak it and or canoe it like I used to could. Because Rick's got a couple of small kayaks that he's afraid to get in, but I would absolutely want to borrow one and or trade or something and be able to kayak uh, you know, all the way along like we used to do. It's a lot of fun. It just is, And I never got tired. Like I'd go up and down back to the bridge and back a couple of times in one day. Sometimes I get down to the camp and not be, I still want to paddle and just literally do a U-turn and go up to the bridge again and float back down. And just there's something about being on the water, being now that I know my neighbors and some of the other folks up and downstream from me, I feel even more closer to the land and how special it is for me. And it's like I know it's like, well, Dave's talking about the damn river again, and what the hell's all this? And but Rick gets it. He's like, there's something about it, but I ain't gonna float on it, but I love to go down and sit by it. I get it. if he didn't like the river and like me, like the swamp and stuff, he wouldn't have bought this place because otherwise nobody in their right mind would buy this swamp, but we love it, you know. And so I have every intention is to keep opening up the trails better. Now, a couple of weeks ago when Michael was here, we were the water's up. We're walking in water, not quite up to our knees, but mid calf, looking to see where the water's coming in. Dave's Creek up the hill from my neighbors, which comes across and then down to my side. And so there's three fingers that come from their place across mine. So it ain't got enough hands. The river comes from hmm, three fingers. Do it this way. The water comes from uphill down this direction and then spreads out. And as it spreads out onto my place. And when it spreads out, one of them is Dave's Creek and just goes on down to the river. The one in the middle goes into sort of like a pond, a collecting area that has water in it. If we have normal rainfall, there's water that stays in there. And it's a cool little pondy thingy, not very deep. If at its deepest, like during the summer, it might be knee deep if you walked across it. Or maybe just a little deeper, but I've always wanted to dig it out a little deeper so it would hold water better. But anyway, so it spreads off across the wetland on my property and then collects back down further down on my property down to the river and onto the next door neighbors. So we have this water flow, this local watershed that provides flood water from the hill up here that's about 2 miles. So all the acreage from the side of Lower Meigs Road, there's a ditch and everything. So any water that flows, it will hit the ditch and end up this direction. So you can look and tell where the water comes in our neighborhood. Okay. It doesn't come from over there. It's not affected by any chicken houses over here. That might be affected upstream from chicken houses, but not from Dave's Creek that runs under the road by the neighbors, cuts across mine, and ends up in the Oclockney. So we know what's being planted. Um, we know some of the people. So to me, I'm like, thank God that the water that flows across my property and his is decent water. There's some farms upstream, but they raise some cattle too. There's a couple of ponds upstream from us where they've dug into the hill, and there's a couple of nice ponds. So when it rains so much, some of those ponds overflow, and my neighbor catches catfish and little brim and stuff on Dave's Creek as it comes across and down back into the river. So, we've got our own little ecosystem here within this hill, Dave's Creek, and the Oclockney too, the little Oclockney. But as far as this creek coming down in the watershed, because him and I are the ones that share the tail end of that watershed, you know, starts up there and 2 miles up, blah, 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 but it ends up on my place on the river, which is about where it ends up on the river is almost the middle of my property, north and south, the width of it. But so the thing about the river, there's just an energy that's down there. A couple of years ago, it felt stagnant, something. It had been dry for so long. And it was just pathetic. And I hated going down there because no water flowed for like months, almost a year. There was like, water this deep once in a while. It was horrible and heartbreaking. But since we've had decent rainfall these last 2 or 3 years, holy crap, it looks like a forest again. And oh wow, it's come back alive, I guess. And there's a better spirit about it because the water's back. And last year, uh, having went to Ohio and dealing with other things and getting rid of old memories and trying to get better, healthy, and focusing right here at the house. And I got a lot of stuff done, but I refuse to go to the river or to try to go to the river because the last time I did, I saw all the trees down and my heart was just died. And I didn't want to go back. And this year I swore I was gonna, and I did it. And it's great. So I want to share it. But anyway, I'm gonna try to start doing me and Duggar go down there now at least 2 or 3 times a week down to the river. Every other day or so, I'll feel guilty and I'll stay here. But what I want to do is I want to start doing walks to the river and go off this direction. And just while I'm going, take my camera and just do a watch how watch the seasons of the swamp, how different flowers come out, um, just stuff, you know, because going back to the Marlins Perkins things and Wild Kingdom, um, I wanted to go off and film birds and things and stuff. And there are huge trees back here in the swamp. And I mean, you and another person could get your arms around them, but one person can't do it. And they're huge oak trees. And I mean, straight up. And they're watching it on video really ain't going to do it justice. But it would be nice to share it for people who can't get out and see those kinds of things. So it's sort of like, when I watch somebody doing a float trip or something, there's a couple of guys, I can't remember their names, but, they built this raft out of, I think, 25-gallon or 35-gallon drums, plastic drums, and built this raft on top of it with some tarps and some things and a couple of solar collectors and a this and a that. And they went down a river somewhere in Canada. And him and his buddy. And I'm like, I loved watching these guys, and the river and couldn't be there, but I could feel what he was talking about. And here's the river, and this is and that. And so, but at the same time, the offer is still open for anybody who wants to come down and just go for a walk in the woods. Nothing special. Or if I can get these many trees cleaned up in the river, because I want to canoe it again. I want to be able to do it again. Damn it, I'm sorry. It's a lot of fun, And if all I got to do is cut a bunch of trees out of the way, well, then But anyway, what do I do? What do I want to do in my old age? If I kept the river open, and unless it was just not flowing and unable to do it, um, but under quote even lower than normal circumstances, could probably still do a kayak, and see it at a low level and what it looks like versus when it's up 2 foot higher and you're swirling through versus just barely going. So there are the different moods of the river, and not just because it's in my backyard. I'm just proud that it is. So, and I keep wanting to share it with folks. It's like, what are you, dumb or something? No, I think it's a cool place. And uh, and I asked Michael, I said, so what did you think of, going down the river and going up the river when we did it? He said, I thought that was really cool. And I said, and in my own backyard too, huh? Yeah, that's cool. So, and some of the paddling I did when I got done, my spirit guide said, "Hey, you need to ask him, um, how was the paddle?" And so I did. I said, "Okay, Michael, so how was the paddle?" And he goes, "It was okay." And I said, "So was it too much for you?" And I said, "Now be honest. I don't be fooling with me." He goes, "Well, it was almost a little too much." Now he's a 25-year oldish young man, strong young man. But it was too much. And this 69 and a half year old man, three course, um, paddled me and a dog and a 17 and a half foot canoe. Um, and it was a little much for me too, but it was almost too much for you paddling you in a smaller craft. Hmm. So where does that put me on the scale of how strong I am, or what is my um, 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 output potential as a 70-year-old man? Like, I guess I'm stronger than I think, right? But I'm not really trying to compare. But so when I think, oh man, we can just go down here the train trestle and come back, it ain't nothing to somebody who ain't done it. It's a lot. Really? This ain't nothing. Come on, go with me. Come on. When actually they really can't, and it wouldn't be nice to push them. Oh, so what you want to do instead of, for me, I like to go on down, get on down the road, Jack, and get on down the road. I'm going to get on down the road. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yep. Get on down the road. I got that now in my head. 144. Yeah, that's so unique. You'll be 67. Well, happy birthday ahead of time, Steve. Yeah, all the windows. And um, I know that some of the tobacco barns that I tore down to put the wood in here, some of the wood, um, went back to the turn of the century because they were old tobacco barns, old tobacco barns, and had been on these farms for a long time. Because I started tearing down tobacco barns in the, I got out of jail in '79, uh, just before 1980. Okay, I got out in November of '79. So, but in the '80s, I'm under probation. I worked and everything. In fact, moved in back into the haunted house until it burned down, and then I got this place, which was an interesting set of events in and of itself. But um, sometimes fate just works out that way. Um, I've always had canoeing and up around Hillsborough River. Um, had been on it with the canoes. There were places where we could walk back up this big, beautiful, humongous oak tree that we put some hammocks in. We were a bunch of tree climbers back in the day. Oh, that's cool. Hey, Mary, how are you? Yeah, you gotta keep active. I mean, there are some days I'm just like, ain't going to do it. But here's the thing, though, that those days, I told my friend today that stopped by, and he goes, "How you feeling?" I said, "Well, I feel fairly alert and everything. Thank you, Jesus, and everything seems to be okay. But I'm 70 years old, damn it, and I feel like it. That sucks. But you know, Duggar and I still went on a walk. We still went up the driveway. We still went over here. I worked out in the flower bed for an hour and a half in the sun and doing and digging and troweling and all that shit, moving rocks and stuff. So yeah, it's not like it just sat around and went, I don't know. I'm 70 years old and I don't feel like it. Y'all just leave me alone here in my chair. Nah, I ain't doing that. You know. But there are times when that's what I do. But I have gone into that character. I don't have a rocking chair, which is sort of unusual, but so I can sit and pretend, I rock back and forth, and because I've got dementia, I could sit here all day long and just look out the window and smoke a little more weed and just look out the window some more. And did I look out the window some more or did I smoke some more weed? I don't know. I'm just rocking here, having a good time. But okay. But in my defense, I'm like, I don't do that. I do smoke weed every day, but there are times during the day I go, I don't want any, I really don't. I want to just, for whatever reason, don't. Um, to go look at the property without being stoned, like, wow, I really got high. I should have not, had that last hit or two. To like, I think I'll wait till I get back kind of thing. Um, um, but I'm kind of like permanently stoned anyway, so there's that. But my opportunity to like be drunk or be high in other ways and go to the doctor and get on meds. Yeah, um, I know I still got it playing in the back of my head too, Michelle. Ease on down the road. He's going to ease on down the road. Yep. Da, 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 da. Yep, I got it. Hey, Scratch, you're a smiley face. So I'm still here. I think the reason that I'm guilty, okay, of self pleasuring myself with the river in the backyard. Self pleasure, But I want to share it. Really, I do. I got all these boats, and I was thinking about buying another kayak for some goddamn reason. Like, what? Are you serious? Yeah, well, when I've got my green and blue one that are the same type, and I really like the orange one, but the orange one is so much more stable. But when somebody comes that's a greenhorn, they really need the orange one where I can get by. But I'd really like to have another orange one, like because it's so stable. I'd like to get another one of that type, because of its stability for me and Duggar again. But I'm willing to share and do whatever. But um, yeah, I sure would like to have one more like the the flatter bottom one that I got. But anyway, um, I should do a video about the different types and how they seem to operate in the water. But so my selfish dream still is that I want to share the experience. And if y'all can't get here, then I want to work out a way that I can videotape it better and get the best shots and put those up at least. So, and why? I don't know. There's an energy about the place. It's old. Me and neighbor over here, Mr. Ricky and I have discussed that there's been a lot of something that went on in our backyards collectively and up the river some and down the river some, because they used to collect a lot of um, turpentine. You can see the cat claws on some of these. I've been here 40 years and these things were here then. Okay. And they're ancient, cat's claw. Oh, I was talking about the wood in my house too. Some of the house, the wood that I've had has at least, could easily be 100 years old without trying to push it. Hi, Diane. How are you? It's good to see you all here this morning. Absolutely. Thank you, Mary. I agree with you. One more of what? Oh, do they have? They've got caves in Kansas, do they, Steve? I got caves not far from here, actually, and I have been in the Climax Cave and tried to get in a couple of the others, but I got too old, but they're still around, very near here, like 6 or 7 miles close. I would go. I'd still go. As old and cranky as I am, I'd go. I don't. I've got plenty of rope, but I don't have any rappelling type mountain kind of climbing kind of stuff. But if it was something I really wanted to explore, I'd invest in something, because I could see the need. Um, yeah, I've been in many of the caves up in northern Arkansas, all the way across up there, and in one I think in southern Missouri, but I can't remember where. Either that, it was right on the border, something, but maybe that was it. There was a great big battle up there, right on the Missouri Arkansas border. Pop left up there somewhere. I could remember about where it was. But the adventure of life is in the doing. So, yeah, times are rough right now. But here's something I remember growing up as a kid is that sometimes some of them grocery stores in our neighborhoods and stuff, which we did rely on, didn't have a whole lot on the shelves. And my grandma Raleigh, that I talk about all the time, that had that psychic link, her and I, she ran a little store down on the corner of 22nd and um, Osborne in Tampa. And just, man, I mean, my downstairs house right here from here over is as big as that store was. But they had a little meat counter. They had bologna that they sliced off a big roll. They had fresh salami. They had cheese. I learned how to, slice the cheese and weigh it out, price it out as a little kid. Used to go to the warehouses and buy cases of beans or whatever we stocked that little store with, and learned all about grocery. And back when I was like 8 and 9 and 10 years old, I knew more than some people do today about the business, and it's still basically the same. Um, so, but in that, I earned a little money. I learned about the business. I learned about doing this. I learned about, so which is still, like I said, basically true today. So that knowledge, but if you didn't do it, and Granny would teach me, Grandpa showed me before he got cancer and died. But I was only about 10 years old, 11, 12. I think I was 12 when he passed away. It was 63, I think, or maybe 64. But anyway, but to the point though, but Granny had the store until like 1970 ish. And so, but during that time, I went over and worked the store. We went and picked Grandma up, and I stayed there, and we worked and with this, and still did all that. So, but in the doing, though, you got to know people. You got to understand, I don't know, the nuances of people and conversations. And I guess in a lot of ways, um, I'm an anthropologist. I've been watching people on the carnival, watching crowds, watching this, that, the other thing, and just people in general. So in my old age, I'm still an anthropologist. I'm going to be an anthropologist, just like my old man. And one day, if I can, I'm going to be an anthropologist, just like my old man. Tommy and Dickie Smothers, Battle of Pear Ridge. You know what? That might be it, Steve, because um, Pear Ridge sounds very familiar. And I stood out there and looked across the battlefield and everything, and yes, absolutely, Miss Mary. No, I was going to say I might have to reload. Yeah, it is. That's it. That's it. Yep. I spent a lot of time every time I could get out there out there, Steve. And if I could get my truck running again, me and Duggar, we gonna make a trip out there. We gonna go out there because the fact that I got all this camping gear and the trailer and everything, and if my guess is right and I can get things done, um, because I don't have to stay here now. I could get one of the neighbors to feed the cats. I could set that up so that it's 3 o'clock. It's 3:01 a.m. here on South Georgia Radio on late night with Hawkeye and friends. But yeah, so in my old age, I'm like I want to be selfish, and being selfish in like I do want to finish the house and stuff, but yeah, that's okay. But you know, as far as having the river in my backyard and having at one time having had such great access to it, and then have I've given up. I gave up on it because there were trees across. I gave up because I'm getting too old. I gave up for this reason and that reason. But here's the thing, I gave up. And having been back down there on the river and having gathered the courage, which I don't even want to talk about why I didn't go down there, I was heartbroken because of the hurricane. It's a real mess down there in places, a real mess. And to where they used to be huge, giant trees hanging over the river are now just ripped across in places. And it's like they're like seeing dinosaur bones. For me, because these trees are 200 years old, right? That are just laid out. And it breaks my heart. It breaks my heart, but they've been dead. They're dead. They're dead. Dave, they're dead. Time to move on. So this year, I have forced myself to go down there. But having done so, um, you know, there's something in me that just says, I think that the Ochlockonee River and is the forgotten river because it is a true river, okay? But nobody gives a flip, right? And there are people who have, oh, let's clean up this watershed, or let's do something on this river, or let's do something over here. And I'm like, I got a river in my backyard that, you know, we had cleared at one time and had been cleared for a while until that hurricane. So I guess I want to rededicate myself back to the river in that, is it selfish to want to have it open again? Maybe, probably, probably. I will say yes. Okay. But in my selfishness, though, if I can tell everybody, hey, look, the river's open again. All you got to do is get to my house. Okay. Just get to my house, and we can paddle down river so far. We can paddle up river so far. Just get to my house, we'll take care of the rest. Versus having to meet somewhere or do something. You can paddle your ass off right in my own backyard and be just as tired. And I'll probably just keep going because it's fun for me. You know, you have family in Rogers. Yeah, I was looking at some jobs in Rogers, um, and there was another place up there. Oh, Fort Smith. I thought Fort Smith was like not a bad town. There were certain things I liked about Fort Smith. Um, but anyway, I had an engineering type job lined up, draftsman kind of thingy, AutoCAD, back in the day. But anyway, um, having been on some creeks and stuff in Arkansas, and other people's like it's their backyard, kind of sort of like it's in my backyard, and I paid good money to go out to go floating in their backyard. You know what I mean? And I don't regret it. Don't get me wrong. But it's like, not that I want to charge money, but I think that people, um, should have the experience of just what Mother Nature does on a small, honest to God river, that has been a contribution all the way, all around here in the watershed, all the way down to the river where it joins down here at the Big Ochlockonee. But then how the Ochlockonee River and its watershed leading all the way down to Ochlockonee Bay and down to Florida, and how much all the water over all the years have contributed to the oysters and the fish and the wildlife down near St. Mark's. Okay, big bay, a lot of water. And the Ochlockonee River, though, has had so many trees cut down that it's very difficult to actually float the Ochlockonee River down to the ocean. And nobody gives a crap. Well, I could free up my backyard and some places around here to where if you just show up and the water's decent at all, you can have a nice trip in a fair amount of wilderness because ain't nobody really living down on the river. And if you go up the river for a half a mile or a mile, there ain't nobody there but one or two neighbors, and you're basically on your own. So it's just like being in the wilderness. Um, and downriver is the same way. So the experience, Dominic, you're welcome. Bentonville, yeah. I think Bentonville was one of the towns I was looking at. There's a Tri City area up there. Yeah, and there's some other rivers up here that I want to experience more. It's a shame that more people aren't interested in keeping the rivers open. And there's been several people who've tried to start, like the Ochlockonee River Association or something like that, and trying to get volunteers of people to go down and clean up the river and take a chainsaw and, 10, 15, 20 people to get together with whatever they got and clean up bottles and stuff on the way and open the river back up so it'll flow and so people could actually float down it. Um, and there are those of us who live around here that will take, I've got clippers that go with me every time. I've got one of those little saws, and I've got a pair of, yard trimmer thingies, that goes in the canoe or kayak when I go. Because if I get in an area and there's something sitting down, I'll pull them out and snip it. Because I got to come back the same way. So whatever I clean up going down on the way back, I ain't going to get hit in the face with a limb, right? And so I keep the waterway open for me, and consequently, if somebody goes down the river after me, well, then that's okay too. I don't care about that. I want to be able to get through, and I'm going to come back. And if there's another limb or something, I'm going to trim the edges. And, in this summer, the water's been a little chilly and a little high. But as the water goes down and the weather changes, um, if in my own backyard, I'm absolutely going to be using my chainsaw. Um, I've got parts coming. It should be here in a couple of days for my weed eater chainsaw thingy. I lost the top on it and it needs a new filter, etc. But anyway, as soon as I get it, um, because from the kayak or the canoe, you don't have to get out. All you got to do is just reach up and cut a limb, or cut on. There are some logs that are this big around across the river. So going to have to do some careful sawing. That ain't nothing I haven't done before, and ain't nothing that I can't do again. Um, and here's the thing though, if I can't get anybody to go with me to go do it, I'm going to go do it my damn self. And I don't mean that in any kind of rude way, but I will let people know ahead of time, look, I'm going to the river, you know, and I'm going to be using a chainsaw, probably going to be standing in the river, cutting cutting. Um, and if if I don't call you back in a couple hours, I'm still on the river with a chainsaw. And, you know, I should have called you back, you know, or at least texted you, kind of thing. But um, I was thinking, I'm always thinking, is this a selfish act? And sometimes a selfish act because I want to be able to float it again myself because it's so damn pretty down there. Um, but I really do want to share it with other people. I mean, I've had a sign up on the road, the Little Ochlockonee River um, um, Hermitage. That sign's been up there for years, and I don't have any intention of taking it down. And my intention with the deal I made with the Lord and with the land and with the spirits was that it would be available, and that for you know, not many people have taken me up on the offer, but at least it's still there. So I have considered, well, should I keep wanting to, blah, blah, blah. No, actually, yeah, I do want to continue on with the promise that I made, whether anybody else ever comes here or not. I'm still going to keep my promise in the same way. I still am going to open up the river because if somebody does come, I can grab them by the back of the shirt and go, come on, you're getting in, you're getting in one of these vehicles and you're going to go have some fun with me before I die. you know. But at the same time, I think, there are folks who have these grandiose ideas or ideals. We could look at it that way too. Um, and how they think things should go, right? So, for example, to see the guy next to me and how the planted pines and how they mow it and how they burn it and how they take care of it versus the trees on our place where we just let them grow naturally and how big they are and the health and the this and that and the overall more wealth of diversity from my place that I've left natural. And I still burn a section of it, but green's coming out all over them. All, ferns are up. I'm going to have to do another video. And um, that's going to be my goal is what should my job, for example, my job is to show how this land, how it, with this kind of management, this is what it can look like without a lot of bulldozers and stuff. Where my neighbor has a bulldozer and stuff just right over there, right? Versus me and Ricky, and we ain't got no bulldozers and stuff. But um, but to be able to have trails that are accessible. Now you're gonna have to have some wood shoes on. They may not be handicap accessible. You know what I mean? You're going to be tromping through the swamp or through the backwoods, but I'm going to make it such. I want to make it so I can get through, and I want to make it so if I got me a little lawn cart that I could have a cooler of beer in it if I wanted or whatever. So we'd pack whatever we wanted in one of those carts, and I got one and a half of them. The other was starting to fall apart. I need a new yard cart to be able to take to the woods. But we'd load all this stuff in it, and go camp on. We'd take whatever food, a cooler, ice chest, whatever, and we'd take turns pulling it down to the river in whatever place we want. So I want that again. And the trails are just wide enough to be able to do that, blah, blah, blah. And if I can get one of my lawnmowers running, then I'll be able to keep these trails open. And, you know, um, and maybe one day, who knows? Um, Somebody was saying, well, I got a friend that's got an old four-wheeler. And I was like, yeah, it's only like a 75 cc's or something. And I was like, well, okay. So, well, I don't know, and blah, blah, blah. No, 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 no. Wait, come back. How much did he want for it? Well, he wanted a couple $100 for it, blah, blah. Doesn't really run right, man, but could it be fixed? Well, but wait, well, hang on. That's small enough because I don't want anything big, but it's big enough. The 75, could pull my little wagon and stuff, and I could get around. Wait a minute, come back. Wait a minute, hang on. So, but they've got some of these little scootery ones that for $1,000 or $1,200 you can buy a brand new one. That's like, a 50 cc's or whatever. Uh, some of them 90 cc's. I don't need a lot of power, but to be able to ride back and forth to the river when I get the trails open, be a lot of fun. Um, Also, my other plans include, get this, um, air rifle and um, uh, Daisy type BBs. I'm going to set up a course in the back through the swamp, down the trails that we're making. We, um, but that it will be a plinker. So if you've got an air rifle or a BB gun or whatever, I'm going to have stations set at certain paces. So it'll be like a golf course, but with air rifle targets. So the way you hit it from a certain distance and I've got one of those little roller thingies to how many feet it is. So I'm going to put stakes in the ground. So, like if you shoot from here at the target, it'll be, 75 feet. And whatever points you want to save for that if you're counting. But the whole thing is whether or not you can hit the target and make it go plink, whatever it is. It could be old tin cans on the end of a stick, but if you can hit that can and it don't go plink, whoops, that's two shots. So did you get the number three hole in one shots, two shots, or three shots? So it's all going to be about, um, you know, air rifles, BB guns kind of thing, right? So plink. So then you go down to where that one goes to the next one. So it'll be X amount of feet through this place to the next plink, right? Yeah, so um, um, one of my friends, he's got young girls coming up, and they love to do the BB plink thing. So, in myself and having two air guns, I got actually a couple, but I need to get my Benjamin fixed. Um, and I wouldn't mind getting another of these um, single pump um, Gammo air rifles. This thing is the bomb. I am telling you, you load up 10 shots in there and you got to push them down and get them in there just right. It ain't hard. You just got to. But I loaded it up the other day when my friends are here and I said, "Hey, Mr. K," I said, "You ain't never shot my air rifle, have you?" "No, man." I said, "Well, take a few minutes and, so he's like, "Man, and one cock, right?" And it's got a 10 in this little chamber magazine. You can put 10 of them in there and they're spring loaded. And so when you cock it, it goes to the next one, automatically loads it, and you can fire it. And it's a 22 at 1,000 feet per second. So it's bad in that respect. So, and then I've got a 177 too that shoots at 1,500 feet per second. That's hauling butt. So I've got a lot of old tin and pieces and stuff around here, parts of cars and mufflers and things that'd be absolutely great to paint up and for people to go plink at, for me, you know. And so you can go this way and it's like the first nine, and then you go down to there, but then coming back, it would be a different plink. So, and with as much land back and forth, just on my place alone, you could spend all day long. And if I set enough up, it'd take you a while to go plinking down. Um, yeah, you want to see? I'll go get it. It's sitting right over here. I don't mind showing it off, and we're just kind of sitting here. And it is. Oh my God! Wait, it's 3:22. Hang on. Hang on, Dominic. Yeah, yeah, yeah. 222. It's um 420 on at 2022 at 222. Yeah. Man, a bunch of twos, ain't it? 420. 420. 420. So much fun. It is time to smoke your weed anytime. There's no need to look for fuzz or property. Just smoke your weed. 420, 420, 420, so much fun. Okay, did I get high yet? Did I get high yet? I must have got high somewhere down the line. No, I want to show you this air rifle since we own it. Because I have had it long enough now these last couple of months. Um, Now, as an engineer, okay, let's see. I got to turn on the overhead lamp. You can't see it right. Now, this looks like a real damn gun. You hear me? And it even says in the book and in the paraphernalia. Wait a minute. That's the that stuff they tell you about. You know, don't display this because it looks like a real live gun, and it does. Let's see if I can get back far enough to show the whole thing. So this is the muzzle end of it, barrel end of it, kind of thing. And then right here is this little magazine, okay, and it pops out very easily. And I'll do that in a second. I've thought about doing a video just about this particular air gun, this air rifle, because it is sweet. I'm telling you, for one pump, you betcha. And the fact that this thing, so um, this gizmo here, this oh, I keep forgetting what it's called, um, magazine that you can put the pellets in, but it's got a really nice scope. It is a composite kind of thing. It's not wooden. It's heavy. Okay. This is a real damn gun. All right. I'm just here to tell you, this ain't no BB gun, but I'm gonna pull, let's see. So, so this magazine here, um, oh, I did this earlier. I haven't done this but a few times already, but there's still like 5 shots in this thing. So this little gizmo here, all right, it just clips down and snaps in. So to undo it, you pull back the little snap and give it a little, you pull it, you pull it down and it comes right out like this. So in this little magazine um, is where you put the pellets. And you load the pellets in this hole here. And as you load them, you go to the next one and it turns and you load one in the hole. Then you load one next in the hole. But on the side, show you the number that are left. It goes like 10, 9, 8, 7, like that. See? So, but the pellet is already in this one because you can't see through the hole, but it's loaded in through this way. So I gotta say that the engineers, honest to God, um, this little gizmo right here is well worth it. Um, and so far, I've shot it at least 30 times, which only means that this holds 10. So that only means I've been through it only 3 times. It's 30 rounds, right? But I know it's been more than that. But to my point, though, I have used at least 30 rounds with this and have had no issues whatsoever. Not about it loading or firing or getting jammed or nothing like that. Okay. So now that's only 30, but you know, I would have thought that if this little thing that looks so frail, I need a couple more of these simply because if you had 2 of these in your pocket, now also I've got several bottles that I used to carry because I've got a Benjamin and I've had a 177 Crossman pellet gun before that was like a couple of pumps. But this thing is a single pump. Now, they call these brake barrel. Okay. Let me see if I can get this. Uh, call this a brake barrel. See if I can get this in the right position. Let me get over here. So the brake barrel, it breaks here in this area. So now there's a little click. So if you have it on your knee like this and just bear down, it clicks and it starts it. Okay. Then to finish the cycle, then now I'm not going to do it because of uh, it doesn't have. Let me put the magazine in it. It was real easy to click in. So I mean, I just slipped it in right there, so it comes out really easy. It does take 2 hands, but when you pull back these 2 little tabs here, it's spring loaded. This comes out, and to put it back in, this has got to be all the way open, or the barrel this way. But then you just click it down in place like that, and that secures it. Okay, now it's ready to cock. So you get it, you break the barrel and get it ready to cock like that. Now I put it on the ground because I can't do it over my knee. But then I just push down all the way down like so, and then it comes back. Now it's ready to fire. So this has, like I sound like a salesman for Gammo, but this has a double trigger here. So if this smaller trigger is pulled back, it's in the safety mode. So you can't pull the big trigger. So in order to fire this, which I'm not going to do at the moment, but it's cocked. It's ready to go. So you just flip this trigger forward, and then you pull the big trigger, and it sounds like a 22 going off. It really does, and it's got a kick to it. It came with this. Um, I don't know enough about um, these types of optics but to know that that you lift them up, down, whatever, for how far you're shooting, and it's best to do it on a tripod or something. And they do make tripods and things for this, but if I would recommend this for the simple reason that with my Benjamin, I could only get up to 860 feet per second. This is a 22 like my Benjamin, but with one cock it goes to 1,000 feet per second. Now, I have at the moment about 1,500 rounds of pellets, and they're in 3 containers that can fit in my back pocket. I could go to war with this thing, and yeah, I got to cock it every time. Yeah, but you know what? It's got the power of a real 22. And I have not tried this yet, but one day soon, I think I will. There are some guys who have used Vaseline, petroleum jelly, little dabs of mineral oil, and all kinds of things in the pellets themselves in the back, just a dab. But because of the high compression rate, and it works like a diesel engine, a little dab of something like a light oil, it actually explodes like a diesel engine works, and you get the extra oomph, um, the velocity of the thing. But as far as being legal beagle, if there's no gunpowder or anything involved, because I'm a felon. I can't own a firearm, but my brother have been having been in the Navy and really much into guns, and some other people I know, and folks down here in the South generally, shoot deer and have high-powered rifles. But let me tell you, if somebody comes up to my house, um, they are not going to know whether or not this is a 22 air rifle or whether it's a real type. And before they could make a decision, I could have cocked this again and be ready for another shot because of this magazine right here on this air rifle. Now, these folks make all kinds, but now for self defense or whatever, uh, since I can't own a pistol, they make air pistols like a 45 caliber. Now, I'm not interested in that, but for self protection that doesn't require a license, that does not require gunpowder or those types of things, but only requires air and the pellets themselves. So you can buy thousands of rounds of pellets for $100 or probably less, but to the point, I'm saying for $100 you could buy thousands of rounds of pellets. And with the 30, they got them in all types of calibers now. So I just got this 22 um, for squirrel hunting and that type thing. And I used to hunt with a 22 before, a long rifle, but still. And I did quite well with it. Now, I didn't try for big game, but all kinds of small game. And they're a lot more quiet than a larger caliber gun, right? Or a 30-30 or a 12 gauge or something. This goes pow, and that's it. Yeah, it's a loud crack, but it ain't like boom. So, yeah, for me and survival, the only thing I need now is a sling for this thing because it's too damn heavy to carry. It needs to have a sling. So I'm going to look into it. But the composite and everything, I've carried around a little bit, and I like it. I really do. but it is heavy. So, but if I need, the reason I bought this was because I do live in the swamps. There are snakes. There are other kinds of critters. There are large bobcats around here, and some folks have said recently that they've seen panthers, and there have been panthers heard up and down the creeks and rivers, especially around, guess where? Panther Creek. But anyway, there's my little gun show for the moment. And I've got another one that looks almost exactly like this. It does not have the magazine. I'm seriously considering getting in touch with the company and going, can you retro, can you retrofit the one I bought to put one of these on it? I'll pay for it. You know, it was my mistake, but can you retrofit this one instead of me buying a brand new one? So, or can you, is there a retrofit kit you can sell me so I can put a magazine on the 177? Because it's got 1,500 feet per second. So if you want to knock something down and try to put a stop to it or hurt something, or that sure would help. Ow. But now to the other side of that, um, they're calling about those. I don't know a lot about guns either, Scratch. I just know calibers. And but in the air rifle business, they've got some now where you can pump up the air into a chamber in the stock and the butt of the gun so that it feeds. And so they've got 45 caliber, you know, um, BB guns, holy crap. That's like Dirty Harry kind of size of make my day, Mo. So I find it interesting and actually rewarding because, um, yes, they're air pistols and rifles. And yeah, um, but the ingenuity that goes behind that gun and that little magazine, that little plastic thing that holds 10 shells or, bullets. Oh my God, these guys really, really good job. You drop the front part down and use that to pump it. It's damn powerful when it works. Yeah, see, I've got a Benjamin, the old style that you pump like this, right? But the thing is, it makes too much noise. So this one pump, and if you do it right, you can do it really quiet and you can do it pretty quick. Because I was like, if I was, quote, under attack, or I took a shot, missed the target, whatever it is, like a bird or a rabbit or a squirrel or something, right? A small game, but they jumped. So, damn it, man. So you just reach up, grab it, and while it's on the ground, and give it a pump all the way down, bring it up real quiet, snap it into place, and bam, you're ready for another shot. A 342 what? You mean a Benjamin? I know that Benjamins have different numbers. Is that what you mean? I can't remember what my Benjamin is. It's an older model. It's got a wooden stock, and it's the I let the it needs new O rings and stuff in it, and there's a kit that you can get, um, brass and everything inside. A Franklin. Mine's about 20 years older. Wait, it might be older than 20, actually. It's at least 15. Uh, um, Scratch, the where I bought this Gammo, it carries all kinds of plans and all kinds of um, kits and so forth. And in the Benjamins, they have these little brass tube looking things that where the air gets compressed into, right? And so depending on the model that you have, it's called the Air Gun Depot. Wait, I might be able to actually put a link up at least to get you to the. They got all kinds of stuff at really good prices, and I had a price down for the kit to fix mine. Also, um, the O rings are standard O rings. By the way, there's a couple of folks on YouTube that have old Benjamins, and you can use plumbing O rings. Go to Harbor Freight or somewhere and get a packet of all kinds of different sizes of O rings, and that you would normally use in a plumbing section. That's what they are, and you can use a slightly thicker O ring where the ones that came with the gun are slightly thinner, and actually in certain applications it will actually hold air better, and will um, instead of 9 pumps it might take you only 7, which 8 9, two less, well, yeah, but still getting a better velocity. Yeah. Then if you take yours apart, um, there are O-rings that go around with little grooves in them, brass piece about yay longish that goes up inside the gun and hooks to the trigger. Anyway, but and there are folks that have modified them by drilling a hole out a little better so that when the trigger pulls, the air goes out quicker, so it has more oomph to it. But yeah, there's a lot of old Benjamins that have been modified. But wait, let me give you the name of this place because I was just at it not long ago. I'm looking. Hang. Uh, well, that's interesting. Um, I thought I had a bookmark, but I do have. Is just as easy. Come on, I know you're thinking about it. The name of the place is Air Gun Depot. I was trying to see if I could get a Let's see. Control C. Oh my God. How long is that freaking? Well, then maybe I'll just do it this way. Hmm. Oh, I see. There was too many characters. Okay. It's air guns. You know, folks like to go plinking. But here's the thing. Um, the fact that there are people, let's see if that'll go. That'll get you there. It's Air Gun Depot, so it's kind of easy to remember that part. But I was doing a copy and paste and it didn't quite work out, but that's okay. No, you should just check it out for the simple reason they got handguns and for plinking, literally, you know, but they've got people who are going out boar hunting. They're doing big game with air rifles. I'm like, what? That to me is just amazing. Whether you're into it or you want to buy one or not, the fact that these folks are, got 50 caliber air rifles is just like not necessarily beyond my comprehension. But I'm so freaking happy that somebody was crazy enough to make something happen like that. So they've got these air rifles that in the stock of the gun is made for high pressure. There's a tank in there. So you can literally use a bicycle pump if you want to, or use some other way to force air into this thing, right? It's got a gauge on the side, and some of them have like a variable, like um, if a normal shot had this valve all the way open, then it's only going to be open like 2/3 of the way. So it's a slower velocity, but it still shoots. But then if you want it all the way up, then you open that puppy up, cock it one time and pow, it's ready. Some of them you don't even have to cock for the simple reason it's got an air tank in it that holds so many shots. So they've got little rigs that you can take with you that run on batteries, air compressors to fill up your air rifle. But on some of these, it's like, so how many shots do you take if you're deer hunting, for example, with a 30-30? 3, 4 shots, if you were really like chasing one down. But for if you're just going to go for a day in the woods. And so if you had 5 good shots at something, depending on what you're shooting at, with a high powered rifle, then one of these things will have enough air in it. So you just pump it up one good time before you go to the woods and off you go. You know, no worries about any kind of, you know, ammo or being legal with the feds or anything like that. It's an air gun. Now, I would bet you that eventually they will try their best to regulate them. In a lot of cases, it's way too late for that. That's all I got to say about that. I mean, I got a slingshot over here, literally a slingshot. I've got a crossbow upstairs, several compound, well, no, not compound bows, uh, recurves. You pull it back and you shoot, and a couple of handheld um, crossbows. Um, but for the thing about is it good or bad? Should we or shouldn't we? Um, I've got zombie killer kind of stuff around here already from just having bush axes to get back and forth to the swamp. So, um, but there are people, you know, not necessarily do I want to kill zombies, but, some of the rhetoric that's going down right now, the state of Georgia, the governor has signed an executive order telling everybody that he's scared to death that we're all going to run out of food by June. And so he's put a moratorium on some things for 30 days and whatever. Now, whether or not he's right or wrong about this, at least he's apparently trying to show some initiative. Some of the stores here in South Georgia, the store over in Coolidge, the other day was out of milk, had nothing. There was a lot of empty places on the shelves. I went the other way when I got home. I said, "Screw this! Let me go to Meg's." They had lots of milk, lots of fresh stuff. They had a lot of the shelves had been stocked. They were shy on some items, but there was plenty of choices within the store, all the way down the aisle from hamburger and things in the freezer cases to pies to Mrs. Charles Frank's Uncle Sammy's, um, fried chicken wings, to cheesecakes and ice cream and eggs, all kinds of stuff, cheeses, whatever. The whole thing was filled. So the idea that somehow all of this is just absolutely going to be gone by July. Well, it was really bad a couple of months ago. Things got really sketchy thingy. Now, if I have to, I will take my air rifle and go down into the woods, and I might not even have to go to woods because there's squirrels that be arguing around here all the time. If I get that hungry and need something now, I have found something interesting that dog food has increased in price by at least 30%. In some cases, by 50%. So where it was $1 a can, it's now $1.50 a can or $1.60 a can. So you're paying almost half as much more now for the same can of dog food. So I just spent a crap load of money to buy a dog food for Duggar. Now I don't begrudge him that. I mean, I feed him hot dogs and meals and stuff. I share with him all kinds of stuff. But he gets the T-bone from the steaks that I get when I buy one. So I share with him all the time. But you know, this is getting a little bit like now. How am I if the crap hit the fan? How am I going to feed Duggar? Um, and what am I going to feed Duggar? I mean, I might catch a squirrel or do something like that. I need a dog half the size. Um, I don't know. I mean, honestly, I don't know. So I'd be thinking um, that for me and Duggar, of all the insane things that one may or may not do, I'm gonna go around and buy up 30 or 60 day supply of dog food. And it's gonna stay there. And then I'm still gonna buy on the regular basis once every other week or so. I get, 6 to 8 cans. When he starts running out of dog food, I go back to the store. So, but of all the things that could go, there are a lot of things that how are we going to do this now? You will, well, y'all hold that thought. I'm running out of coffee. I want to go get some and something else I want to show you. Hold that thought. Get some coffee. That took longer than expected. Hi, y'all. What time is it? It's 4. It's what? 4 a.m.? 4:02. Now, for survival, um, as far as dog food is concerned, now, one thing, there are a lot of people for and against canned foods in whatever direction. Let me tell you, the canning process is as good as, or at least as good as, if not slightly better, when they first started making cans, okay? Now, I've had cans that I've had that someone gave me 10 years ago, and they're still good. The cans are a little rusted on the edges because they've been transported, was in the back of a car, was sat outside in a box that got full of water, a tub, but anyway, so not to, this was Starkist, but this is light tuna. All right. Here's the thing. One of these little cans of tuna with the protein in it, you and the dog could mix this with anything else to a fried tuna with a little bit of ketchup in there or something like that. You could make something now. Okay. And this is like $1 and $1 a corner. And so, oh, canned stuff. Oh, it's tuna. Listen, oh, it's GMO. You're in a starving situation. You're going to argue about this or you're going to eat. I'm sorry. You got a choice? Well, there's nothing in the stores and I can't find this. Okay, fine. Now, this is shredded white chicken. All right. And it wasn't very much. I think it was like 2 1/4. But here's a chicken. It's got, wait, hang on. Was trying to find the weight. It says about 4 servings per container, serving size 2 ounces. So this is, it's eight ounces. I'm looking for net weight 10 ounces. So, but here's the thing. This can go anywhere. And you can shredded chicken. You can make a stew. You can find some grubs, some berries, a potato, some of this, some, found objects in your neighborhood, whatever, and you've got a meal. Okay. So, but it's in a day that's in a can and it's well preserved. There's already water in it. Now, the tuna, there are a lot of folks that have showed some of this stuff on the internet where because of the oil in tuna, natural oil, you can poke a hole in this, all right, just ting, and put a wick in there like a candle wick, and it will burn because it will suck up the oil from the tuna. Oh, cat food. Listen, some of the food that Duggar gets is in this. Now, here's the thing that still bothers me, my friends. Okay, it still bothers me. Why does it say on the dog food can, made with real beef? Made with real beef. Well, it says beef and gravy, and then under it says made with real beef. Like, what the fuck? You got fake beef? You got fake beef. Holy shit. But it's nice and chunky. It looks pretty good. And the way it looks with that brown gravy, hell, I could boil some rice and mix that right in there and not even know the difference. A little sprinkle of some salt, maybe a little pepper on the side. And but so here's something else now. Now I'm not really into canned foods. Please don't misunderstand me. But in the canned goods that I have tried and what I would buy and so forth, this is one of them is Progresso. Progresso, I'm sorry. They've got beef pot roast with country vegetables. Now, this as a starter for if you're feeding a couple of people, good night, sweetie. That this right here was some rice or a potato or two to stretch it, something else. You could feed folks on it. Love you too, baby. And so, you know, but a can of this a day with some rice or some pasta or whatever, noodles, beans, that this right here, or beans, right, exactly. So that you mix in some of this, you've got a really, really good, you ain't gonna die kind of thing, right? And it's nutritious enough. And I don't know, was it like $1.50 a can? It's not real expensive. So this idea, so personally, these are the items that I'm stocking up on. I got a couple of cans already that I've had for over a year now. um, I'm gonna start using them and and buying new stock while it's on the shelves. And they had quite a few of these in one store where I was at, and I was like, "Well, crap on this." Yes, I got a few bucks. Going to buy some more backup food. And here's the thing: if I can't get dog food, then Duggar's going to be eating this kind of food, the people food. You know, because some of this people food is cheaper than a can of dog food. So I'm going to buy up this as much as I got money for, because he might be needing to be eating. I don't like, canned certain canned beef stew, stuff like that, but it's cheaper than a can of dog food. So look for an alternative. That's what I'm in the process of doing. He will eat some dried dog food, but he don't like it on. Now I spoil him too, but I think I'm gonna have to, like, you're only. I gave him a can and a half of different types flavors of meat, right? Chicken, ground chicken, beef, whatever, chicken chunks. Who knows what that is? But it says made with real chicken on it as well. So um, might just to have to find him an alternative. Now he'll eat about dang anything, right? So, but what I used to do when I was really poor, um, was I would make enough for me and my dog Sasha to eat. So she was just a small little yippy dog, but that little yippy dog, um, but whatever I had to eat, she had some. So as long as I was fed, she was fed. And I'd make whatever meal I was having so she could eat some too. You know what I mean? I know, I think about the four legged before me, right? Just don't give him bread. Oh, he gets bread sometimes. He gets bread sometimes. There it is. When he ain't supposed to, simply because he's been out rooting around and eating, literally eating shit, you know. But it's almost 4:20, right? It's 4:11. There he goes. And now to bring up these next few minutes, it for me it's in the doing, right? So people wondering what am I going to do? Well, what if? Well, have you thought it out at all? What if canned dog food goes to so high that it's cheaper for me to just give him whatever I'm eating, right? And which a lot of times if I make a hot dog or something for lunch, I love these, these sausage dogs things, right? Especially ones with cheddar cheese in them. So for a lunch, and put it in some boiling water for a few minutes and steam it up. Yum yum. And it don't take but just a minute, right? So um, and Duggar can share that with me. Oh, is it? Make our own bread. It's bad for humans. If we don't make our own bread, it's bad for humans as well. Well, of all the dogs I've had over the years, poodle dogs, swamp dogs, this dog, if it was going to kill him, he'd be dead. I'm just saying. Because there have been times when I make a sandwich and he gets a quarter of it and I get the rest. And that's been going on for several years now. So he, uh, he'd be dead if that was that bad. He'd be whatever is supposed to be bad for him. I guess it'd be bad for him. But We had poodle dogs. Grandma Raleigh, she just loved her little poodle dogs. And then Aunt Shirley got one. And of course, Bessie had to have her little poodle dogs when we got out of the house. But she actually made some money at clipping dogs and stuff like that. But at least she was a little entrepreneurial about it. But it was still a little damn yippy dog. But then I got my little swamp dog, Sasha, that she was a swamp dog. Boy, howdy. As in, also bad for dogs, bad for us. I don't know. We have a Flowers Bakery in Thomasville. Our bread is like really fresh. It literally comes out of the bakery downtown. And I've known many of the Flowerses over the years that I've worked for some of them, been in theater productions with some of them. I knew some of their kids that worked with puppetry with me. And also, not that it really matters, but Jane Fonda has property down here, and she's been seen around the Flowerses and Monticello, where there's uh, a, Ted Turner had some property down here, and in one of her divorces, she got some of the property or something. Anyway, but she's on the board of directors for several of the places in Thomasville. I found out. But anyway, so we have famous people around here. Not anybody gives a shit about Jane Fonda, but um, where was I going with that? Oh, having to do with bread. But anyway, I've known some of the Flowerses and the product and everything, and the Flowerses home offices here, and they're really serious about making a good product. The people who work there are serious about making a good product. And so, and here's the deal, if there's going to be any bread, it's going to be where the home office is, which is like right downtown. So we'll see how things go. But um, there are also in several places down here that, bring us your cow and we'll chop it up for you. And there are places who do that, but also because a lot of these butcher places will take some of the meat as their payment. So they get a quarter of the cow, and the person who brings the cow in gets the other three quarters. But the quarter of the cow is what pays for the rest, right? So they're making trades and deals and stuff like that. So they've got country meat places around here with absolutely fresh meat, and folks are complaining about, oh, this and that, and you can't get it here and there. And look, there's plenty of places around here. If you will just open your little eyeballs, and you might have to drive a little bit, but you're going to get absolutely fresh beef or whatever, or pork or whatever, and from people who really care, small businesses that are licensed and regulated and all that good stuff. It ain't like they're sloppy, but they've got homemade sausages and stuff that you would just, for people who eat sausages, um, just glazes over. I don't know. She's talking. Wait, what? Mary, I know everything's bad for us, but there are things that are much worse than dying. You know. But my point is that the things that I'm still here at 69 and three quarters, and um, these are the things that I've learned for whatever it's worth. So far, I'm still getting by, and then I get high, which is coming up here like in a minute, right? But to the point, though, honestly, though, I don't really care about um, Jane Fonda neither. I mean, I think she got a bad rap when she was doing all of her little freaky stuff with the tanks in Vietnam. And here's the bottom line: whether you like Jane Fonda or not, um, the Vietnam War was wrong. Period. Oh, but this and that, and she was working for the Nazis. I doubt that. Um, was she being played and made to look like she was, yeah, playing on a tank and all that stuff? That girl was, at that time didn't have a clue what's going on, and because she was high. But to the point though, um, any idea about war is wrong to me. But I'm not a famous celebrity. Um, I am apparently known around the world because there are so many of you from different countries and things that, you know, I am well liked in several countries. There's only one person there that likes me, but hey, we like them back. But anyway, oh my goodness, this smells so good. Happy 420, everybody. And it's a 420 on a 420. So, hanging out with Hawkeye and friends and everybody in between, and hoping that everybody has a great day. I don't know what they've got planned, if anybody's got anything planned anywhere, but 420, 420, 420, let's smoke weed. I've got some in my pipe. All I gotta do is find a light. 420's for smoking weed. 420, la 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 la. 420, la 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 la. Now, does anybody know the tune I'm singing? That was another song. If you listen to Dr. Demento, anybody? Four 20. You ever seen the commercial about oh, what is it? They're they're all on the bus. JG Wentworth 87751 or something, whatever it is. I fucking love that commercial when they're all on the bus and the Vikings there. I love it. I sing along with it every time. Not that I see it all. JG Wentworth 8775 JG Wentworth. Yeah. Anyway, um, for those of you, 420, 420, it's dead puppies, dead puppies, dead puppies aren't much fun. They don't come when you call. In fact, they don't come at all. Dead puppies aren't much fun. Dead, 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 dead puppies aren't much fun. I'm sorry. Uh, but, so I changed the words, I'm an interesting man. Yeah, that too. And I act like this even when I'm not stoned. So, and I have always been this way as a kid. I got in a lot of trouble in the nunnery. They was beating the shit out of me when I was in third grade. You know, them damn nuns. What do you do underneath them clothes, honey? Oh, never mind. I remember there probably a lot of us that don't have Alzheimer's that were from around Most Total Redeemer down in Tampa. They had this novice, a newer nun kind of thing, not the whole black and white thing. Um, oh my God, she was cute. Oh my God. All of us boys in fourth grade were like, and we didn't even know why we were doing it. Just who she's a nun, hubba 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 hubba, and then we had to look up hubba 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 because we didn't even know what that was in fourth grade, right? But we couldn't keep our eyes off of her. We was like, I want to go and miss, Sister Susie's class or whatever. Oh my God, stand at the door, all of us boys. It was horrendous. It was great, but it was horrendous. Um, it was so bad at one time that one of the boys was caught yanking his chain in the back of class during class. He's like, guys, I just couldn't help it, man. I didn't. There was something the matter, man. I was just like, and we were like, dude, we don't want to know. But is that what you were doing over there in the back of the class? Was yanking your chain in the back? Holy crap! But to his point, there were a lot of us little boys that didn't have a clue as to what that young nun was doing to us. Wasn't her fault, but Lord have mercy. After all these years, I still remember what that she looked like. And even under them robes, all we could do was just like, it was horrible. Catholic school. Catholic girls. Da-la-na-na-na-na-na. Catholic girls. What did they do after the CYO? Where did Noah's? Where did they go? Frank Zappa. I do Monte a year. Hey Sheila, how are you? I was yapping about you earlier, talking about that big old turkey you got. You got any more? And hopefully within we're not supposed to have any bad weather coming in because it's the order of procession. I may be too stoned at the moment to understand. What? Yeah, I think my guys they quit playing cards. Oh, you're headed to the woods this morning? Well, happy hunting. It's cool enough this morning. I don't know what the temp is. Wait. Oh, it says it's 46. How about that? Yeah, I got the heater on over here. It comes on every bit. I was outside earlier with Duggar, and I was like, "Damn, man, it's freaking cold out here for this time of year." But Miss Sheila, I called my brother. Well, now it's 2 days ago on the 18th. Happy birthday, brother! And he was happy birthday. Thank you, brother. And I was like, so how's it going? You in a good mood? No, I'm grumpy as hell. Feel like shit. And I said, well, what's happening? He goes, well, I was going to go play golf today, but there's an inch of snow on the ground, and he lives up, north of Dayton in Ohio. So Poor guy on his birthday, all he wanted to do was go play golf. And, and he's, there's a goddamn inch of snow up here on the ground. I can't believe it. I just got to stay in the house. And I, I'm sorry, you know. Oh, it's a great holiday for me, but every day's a holiday anymore. So, Miss Mary, you know, um, I know there's probably folks that think that all I do is sit in this chair and smoke weed all day. That ain't true. Sometimes I go to the woods and smoke weed. Oh, sometimes, but anyway, you know, I don't have to be at the chair to smoke weed, you know. We gotta have fun while we can, right, Miss Mary? I mean, you know, for many of us, you know, uh, life has been a little bit too short. I've kind of pushed it quite a few times myself. Like, I had more fun than I should have, you know, kind of crammed it into certain timelines or whatever. But anyway, but no, but you know, it's so easy. It's so easy to please me at that age. um, no, that sounded creepy. Aqualung, you know. Aqualung, my friend, don't you start away uneasy. You poor old sod, you see, it's only me. Do you remember September's foggy freeze when ice that clings onto your bed is screaming agony? Anyway, Jethro Tull. Ain't nobody said nothing about me shaving my beard. Not a word. Nobody even noticed that I took off about 4 inches off of my chin. Y'all are so damned observant, not a word. I'm picking 420. Yep. Well, actually, it's four. Wait, what is that? My eyes are really blurred now. Oh, it was 4:30 on 420. Time to smoke weed. You know, anytime we need. Hey, let's all smoke. I'm sitting there making up a song in my head and I'm laughing and coughing at the same time. And y'all don't even know what's going on. Aye, 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 aye. I'm so glad my weed don't come from Mexico. That dirt weed we smoked when I was so young. We smoked it and damn near lost our lung. Aye, 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 aye. I'm so glad I don't smoke Mexican. That shit will kill your lungs, 'cause it comes from someplace under the sun. Aye, 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 aye. I'm glad my weed don't come from Mexico. Mexican dirt weed is what I was thinking. And I. I got radio stations playing in my head tonight. I mean, it's like I was a DJ somewhere, and but I'm hearing all these different songs from all over the place. It's yeah, it's because I'm really stoned, maybe. But oh, and have you noticed that we have been like getting bombarded by some humongous waves from the sun? Now, for those of you who know who Dante is, and he did a video not too long ago that was an old video that he did like 10 years ago. Okay. He kind of reprinted it. And he talks about how way back in the Anunnaki, when genes were messed with or whatever the tampering that was going on at the time, and it was supposed to be a benefit to mankind, not a hindrance. Okay, and but what ended up was that the amount of radiation that comes out of the sun, that they weren't we weren't designed to be out in the sun without a hat on. We weren't designed to be out in the sun for long periods of time, because the radiation, because of our brains and so forth, so close to the whatever, and that um the bad guys have been targeting us to go outside more. Now, the hey, Paul, how are you? Yeah, a lot of open channels tonight for some reason. I mean, I don't mind it. We were doing story time on Robert's show earlier tonight, and it was like, yeah, I was going to do something after the show and come on, but the idea of it came up a couple of days ago, and I'm still on topic in a way. It's things are in the doing. So whatever it is that may, and I don't necessarily mean conflict in your life, but something that might be more difficult to do than other things, or like for me here recently, I've realized I've made up all kinds of excuses why not to do something. Well, I don't know. Now, I said this thing about the sun, and I realized that I like to go out in the evenings, like after 3:30, when the sun's going down and hits the trees over here, over the swamp kind of thing, and the temperature cools down almost immediately. When there's it seems that in the mid afternoon outside it's too bright for me. Now, I'm very light sensitive. That's why I got like a that might be a 40-watt bulb, but I think it's only a 25. So I'm very light sensitive, and have been since the incident of the bad medicine and all of my seizures. So, but knock on wood, I have had little tiny little blips, um, as far as seizure activity, which would be mini seizure. Um, they had a name for them back in the day, but anyway, petite mal versus grand mal. But and outside in a straight up noon, um, it just seems to be too bright. But early afternoon into evening and early evening, turn on a light. I worked on a carnival. We worked under lights all the time. So, and I've always worked second shift. So for me, I'm going into second shift mode now that summertime's coming, meaning I'm going to stay out of the sun in the middle of the afternoon, because I get too hot too quick. And after rehearing the thing about Dante and what I already know about the heavy radiation that's coming in, we had clear skies the other day, and go outside. It's a beautiful spring day, but but the UV index was off the charts. It was in the high extreme level the other day down here in South Georgia. And I'm like, okay, let's all go outside and play in the radiation. Ain't that fun? We can nuke our bodies by simply going outside. So it may be the other day when I was kind of curious. I really wanted to go outside, and I kept getting pulled back indoors. And then I found out later on that afternoon, oh holy crap! The reason maybe my spirit guides was like, stay in the house, just stay in the house for a little bit. And then I went out in the early evening, so the radiation level went down, and they were like, okay, now you go outside and play. What the hell? But when I looked at the UV index of that day, I went, oh, now that makes sense. And we've been really huge filaments coming off of the sun. I mean, these things are ginormous, could swallow up the earth 100 times, in one of these flares. And so, if it's dark time when one of these flares hits us, we're going to see some magnetic and electric stuff in the atmosphere above us. And I'm not trying to suggest that we're all going to die, but um, there has been, the Earth is overdue for a Carrington event, meaning back in the 1800s when they had telegraph machines and a big old giant solar flare hit the Earth and it fried anybody that was even near a telegraph line or pole, operators that were doing the Morse code up and down the lines. It killed people. And think about it now. So, not to be fearful, but we're just simply overdue for one aimed right at us. And the ones that are coming off the sun right now, if it had been in our direction correctly, it would have been a Carrington event. Period. It would have been a Carrington event. And that we would have a few hours notice that it was coming right at us, but that'd have been about it. So where are you going to go? Well, get away from anything electrical, make sure you're grounded. You might not want to be holding your cell phone at the time. Who knows? It might just go blah. But, you know, we're all going to die, but we're all going to die. At some point, we actually are dying. But to the point, though, like the air gun thing that I was showing earlier, I'm not really worried, but, the earth is sort of overdue for a couple of things. And not to be defeatist or whatever, no, because Mama Earth is going to do her thing, regardless of whether or not we're trying to save pollution and go into electric cars. Oh, I, I saw some interesting, up to date information on electric cars, and they don't go as far as they claim. And the degradation of the energy in the batteries. So I've got a lot of rechargeable batteries around here, lithium ion, whatever the rechargeable things are. Okay. So for every time you recharge it all the way down and charge it back up, it never ever goes back because there's a little tiny bit of degradation every time you charge it. Okay. It's just kind of sort of built into it. So for folks with these huge electric cars and all these batteries that are smaller batteries linked together to make a big battery, that every time you charge it, you're losing a little bit. So if you get 200 miles per charge now, at the end of 6 months, you might only get 198 miles, and then 197 miles, and then 196 miles. And I was like, really? Oh, yeah, but these batteries will last 10 years. But in them last 2 or 3 years, you might only be able to get back and forth to the store if it's only a mile or two from the house. Oh, so electric this and electric that. The only way you could open the glove box on this one electric car was to touch the touch screen that said open the the glove box. And I was like, what? You have to touch a touch screen. You can't just go over and hit the little knob and open the glove compartment. No, you have to find it on the screen and touch it to say open. Now, if the electrical system's gone down and you've got something in that glove box, how you going to get it out? You don't, because it's all this electrical thing, and it's all that. I'm like, what? And this is supposed to be like the new way to do stuff? You mean you can't have a little button you just magnetic or something? You can. There's so many other things. The only way you can open the glove box is by going to the touch screen and hitting what? And this is the wave of the future. Holy shit! Um, I- okay, you know, but the idea of how much the battery degrades is what I find most interesting. And I've talked about this before. What are they going to do when all the batteries go down? And the Democrats are screaming, electric cars, electric cars. Well, yeah, but they don't have enough charging stations. People are having issues when they get to the charging stations, the amount that is charged, and depending on where you are, depending on, and so China figured out, or Japan it was, I'm sorry, Japan had figured out that if it would cost them more if all cars went to electric, because the amount that it would tax the current electrical system would cost more than keeping gasoline engines on the road. As far as, because then they would have to build more power plants. They'd have to have a new nuke plant or a coal plant or something. So giving up a combustion engine to go electric at this point, with the information that's coming in, seems a little stupid. And people who've had electric cars for a year or so are having issues, you know, and it's costly. So you pay a bundle. They had one thing. It was like $1.40 a mile to charge up, and the cost of the car and charging it versus gasoline or whatever the fuel cost was. But it was like $1.40 something a mile to drive this electric car. Like, well, where's the savings in that, right? And then every time you charge it, it degrades, and they don't go as far as the manufacturer claims that they do. And they've got all these other electronical weirdness built in that you can't open the glove box without pushing the screen. That's a little silly. And folks are going, what? Now I want to know what crazy idiot put open the glove box on the screen. What? Oh, we don't want people to hurt their fingers by pushing a knob and have it just open. No, that's so yesterday. So you don't have electricity in your vehicle, in your car, and there's no backup that says, I'm going to open this. Well, no, we didn't think you'd need it. What? Batteries go dead for all kinds of other reasons, idiot. And you might have something like your car's registration, where you're supposed to keep it in the glove box. Now you can't get in it because you ain't got no electricity. Well, give me a charge and give me a boost, and I'll get it out. Okay, if if that's what you think is progress, okie dokie. I don't want one then. I'm gonna fix up my Mazda no matter what it takes. No, it's got enough computer stuff. No, I do not want. And that's a smart car. It sounds stupid to me. All these new innovations. Yeah, but here's the thing. With all the idea that they've got this new innovation with batteries. Okay, so they'll last longer, but they still have the same issue. Every time you charge them, they're going to degrade. Every time you use it, and you know, um, if there's this 80-20, like 80%, 20% something, and keeping it charged or whatever. Um, and so, okay, so if you don't charge the car correctly, you can do harm to the batteries. So these battery packs and everything are expensive to change, right? And now there's all this lithium and everything that's going into the back into the environment. And what's the recycle? Who's going to do it? How's that going to work out? Oh, well, electric cars are better for the environment. Right now, that answer is absolutely no. No, it ain't. 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 And so, the Biden folks and all them folks, oh, we're all going to go electric. Say no. Tell them no. No. Um, one of the car manufacturers, I was doing my research here these last few days, and is going to hydrogen. That is the answer. Hydrogen is the answer for the future. Oh, yes, it's still a combustible engine, but it's hydrogen. It turns into water. And you can make it where all of these recharging stations are that a lot of times don't work for the people who try to plug into them. They don't, the sensors are gone. They need to be rebooted. You have to call in. Folks are having issues, right? Oh, look at all the charging stations when half to a third of them don't work. And you have to wait in line. So, this person ain't going to unplug until they get a full charge. How long is it going to take? Oh, another 40 minutes. So you were just going to stop and you can't just get gas and go. You have to wait 40 minutes for the other person to get done. And then you park in, you charge up, and now it takes you 40 minutes or so to charge you up fully. So now you've got 2 hours involved in recharge. And the cost to recharge your vehicle is actually more expensive than if you had a fuel efficient hybrid or something kind of vehicle. What? And if we had gone to hydrogen like Iceland and some of these other countries have done, and I've talked about this before, the issue with hydrogen is they don't want to transport it. Well, you shouldn't. You can make hydrogen with these small service stations that they put up in Iceland and maybe even in Greenland, I'm not sure, because they can use geothermal power in Iceland with all the volcano and everything to make the electricity, okay, to produce the hydrogen to go in the vehicles. So it goes in similar as a gas, but it locks in place, and then you swipe your card, it fills up your vehicle, it shuts a valve off in the hose, you untwist, you pull the nozzle out, close the thing, and off you go. It's not any more flammable than a gasoline tank as far as accidents and so forth. With the right site, with the right pressurized tank, it ain't no more different than gasoline, okay? Volatile wise or otherwise. So all that's bullshit. So for every recharge station that they want to make that doesn't work, because there are different versions of recharge. Okay. So, but if everybody went to hydrogen, you would have, instead of a recharge station, you would have a self contained hydrogen manufacturing station with a large tank. So it could take just water and air and do its thing and use electricity to make the hydrogen. Then the hydrogen goes in any vehicle, right? Across the board. So what you do then, in instead of charging stations, you have like the folks in Iceland did almost 30 years ago, at least 20. Um, and in that the service stations literally made the hydrogen on the spot. That's how they did it. So for the cost of recharging all these cars and battery degradation and everything, we can keep our combustion engines, run a cleaner fuel in hydrogen with not a whole lot of cost in changeover. They've done reports on it before that Ford could interchange one of their four-cylinder engines, which is what I have in my truck, to run hydrogen, where I could not do it with batteries or whatever, because blah, blah, blah. Okay. But to the point though, so if we as a people on earth change our idea and focus on, wait a minute, if somebody says, you know what, I think I want to put in hydrogen stations all around this city. I'm going to have them manufactured, find out where how Iceland's doing, and I'm going to put these things in and I'm going to promote hydrogen. So if somebody started promoting hydrogen, which is all around us in the air, it's part of water, H2, there are two hydrogens, so water, you give up one of them H's and the gas then becomes easy to combust. So we have water all around us in the air, in moisture, and so much. So isn't that the renewable energy without hurting Mother Earth at all? Hydrogen power? Absolutely. Battery power? Down. For all the reasons just stated. The batteries don't last as long. The uh, de- degrad the degradation. There you go. The degradation of the battery and how much charge stays in it, how long it will go. Most of the electric cars do not meet that. It can go this long or however many miles. Even brand new, right off the showroom, they don't meet that long distance marker. Still, all of them, as the report states, and they show the statistics, right? So it's like there it is right in front of you. But to switch to hydrogen fuel and we keep our same engines, it will run cleaner. Modifications to maybe a program or something, or a different type of carburetor or something like that. But and I've talked about this several times over the many years, where Alan Alda went to Ford Company and they were talking about alternative fuels, and he had went to Iceland and they showed him how it worked. So these folks have been doing it for the last at least 15 years, if not more, like 20 years. So they've got and a long standing um, history of how this is working for them, right? They didn't have to change cars. They didn't have to change engines. They just changed the tank and how the fuel gets to the engine. Oh, ain't that much simpler than coming up with a totally new design of something even the hybrids would work longer because they'd be getting hydrogen instead of this quote polluting gas. And since we were burning hydrogen, we wouldn't need catalytic converters and stuff like that, which I'm going to have to put on my truck. But so a lot of things would change. But hydrogen is easy to make versus all these other choices. We don't have to dig up Mother Earth for the resources, for the lithium. We won't have the stank that's left over from because they don't want to talk about how well it's working for them. I mean, Germany years ago, okay, they don't talk about this, but Germany went along the Autobahn, okay, which is their big, huge, fancy roadway system, right? And lined it with solar cells. And so instead of having to have solar farms and all this stuff, they said, wait a minute, we've got all this real estate in the medians and stuff on the Autobahn and on the sides and everything. We got all this real estate. And the amount of solar energy that they collected dropped their nation's consumption of other types of fuels by 30%. and they were expecting like 12 or 15, but they ended up with 30%. And that was way back before they um, um, it's been 15 years or so, so it's way back in them days. But thinking about several folks and my own research also, in that it's called Brown's gas when you run a charge of electricity through water, and it will give off one of the hydrogens, okay? And that hydrogen is what's flammable. And in Navy and so forth, in order to do any kind of underwater welding, Brown's gas is used. And I was like, what? Yeah. And so it's used with torches and things like that. Another fit. I saw an African discovery of a box without like external light. Are real or not? Had trouble with electric cars with the heat. Yes, yeah, and extreme colds because they didn't have a cooler system. Absolutely. There's so much wrong with the battery thing. Um, the hybrids that have a small engine that can produce enough electricity to a generator to provide the electricity for the vehicle. Okay, that for me, that's a decent idea. And they've been working with some of these hybrids before. But so sure, you can make a Honda generator that we used to use back in the day when I was blowing insulation into houses, working with the Department of Energy. This Honda generator had enough generating power to run a huge electric motor, which is what we were running to blow insulation into these houses. It was a huge motor, a big machine, and it needed that power. So, but if you've got an electric motor that's supposedly efficient, like the ones they have today, and you've got a simple Honda generator sitting in there to produce the electricity for it, what else do you really need? I mean, it has the kilowatt hours, it has the voltage and amps and everything that you need to run this power plant. So you wouldn't need batteries, but you would have to have enough gas to run this generator. That seems very plausible to me. And like, uh, I think they made it a little too um, complicated, but well, okay. With all this like 8 and 10 speed variable transmission that's always like trying to keep up with stuff. That seems, we'll see how long that shit lasts. But, and it's computer controlled. Okay. And there's, just saying. Now, I've been looking at the new Maverick truck, simply because of the low price, right? It's like for 23,000 something bucks, you can get, tax and dealer prep and everything and drive off the lot. 300 bucks a month for X amount of months, right? With so much down. And a lot of folks have bought them, they're front wheel drive and they're different, but they run off of, one of them runs off of a 4-cylinder gasoline type motor, and the other was is a hybrid mix. And folks have been driving them, really like them. So here's Ford, who there was one of the um, things I watched was comparing the price of what a Model A and a Model T was back in the days when Henry Ford first started Ford. With inflation, would come out to about $500 more for a Model T if they made it today versus the cost for what this their new Ford Maverick quad cab little pickup truck is. Not bad. So, but there's some technology in there that my question is, because it's so new, how long will it last? Don't know. Ain't got a clue. But there's some smart technology in there, where you can actually open the door. You don't have, it has a key. You can open the glove box. I mean, there's, you know, but it's got, one of them has a hybrid plant, and the other one as a gas plant. They're the two versions. For me, a small pickup truck is just exactly what I need. I wish I could afford $300 a month for the rest of my life, or more. Uh, but as far as fuel efficiency and looks and ride and all that kind of stuff, if I come up with a good down payment, I might take them up on it. But anyway, for as much as I've spent on my Mazda out there, which is paid for, I could have had a really nice down payment on one of these new trucks. But um, my last two trucks, my Isuzu I bought new with like 11 miles on it. There was about 13 or 15 on the Mazda when I bought it. Um, and I've had it for like 23 years now, 98 model. And I don't know how much longer I'm going to be alive. Not that I plan on dying, but having a vehicle in these latter years of mine to be able to drive around conveniently, comfortably, and it be, uh, not expensive. There's a country in Europe now with hundreds of taxes to taxis, just waste and way back to earth. There's no one that will dispose of them. That sucks because of the batteries. Oh my God. Because the battery cost, as new car people are buying. Yep. No, yep. Absolutely. How much CO2 is produced in making and running electric cars? Well, scratch to that question. It depends on the source of electricity. Is it a coal plant? Is it a nuke plant? Is it hydroelectric? What kind of plant is producing the electricity? See, that's the question. So, or there is solar now, okay? Uh, but they haven't moved in 18 months. Yeah, I've got a Toyota out in my yard that, and when I work the kinks out of my truck so I can go places, she's next up on blocks. Because, she used to get 35 miles to the gallon and go, 120 miles an hour, like, its speedometer says 150, and she will haul ass. So even if I had to buy a new motor for this thing, I could fix it up a lot cheaper than any new vehicle out there on the market. If I had to buy a whole new motor and had to have it put in, it would be much cheaper than anything I could even used that I could buy. So no matter what it is, I would love to have like a new truck, this new vehicle thing. I can't afford it, but to fix up my Toyota out there, with the 16 valves, and and somebody was telling me, they make a supercharger for that. What? What? I mean, I've had it up to 120, and it still had plenty of power and lots of RPMs on it. And the road was too bad. I refused to go any faster. But when it says 150 on a speedometer, they freaking mean it. The folks at Toyota, man, let me tell you. But anyway, but to the point about having a car and all that kind of stuff, at looking at the cost of cars now, and the one that I got sitting in the yard, oh, please, I could pay someone to fix it and redo it a lot cheaper than buying anything new. And I would love to have my car back out there, So, um, Do I buy a new one? Do I, $300 a month plus full coverage? And the fact that it's something new and nobody's really used it. But what if? Um, but here's my old Toyota out here that got 35 miles to the gallon. I was to Arkansas and back in it, just hauling ass. It was great. Um, picks it up back where it was, and maybe give it a paint job to really fix it up nice, make it look pretty. But to just get it running again, and as you know, um, some of the mechanics and stuff that I worked with back in the day when we were rebuilding motors, I've rebuilt several motors myself that ran and ran and ran and ran. My old 51 Chevrolet, the Datsuns that I had, I rebuilt. I helped other people rebuild their engines, like in a Suzu and the Chevy Love back in the day, and other Datsuns. So and a couple other six cylinders too, come to think of it. Never was much for a V8. But um, so to be able to put an engine back to spec, which means all the valves, all the thing, everything is ground correctly. All the ports are the valve and ported. In other words, everything matches. They match it up just right so the air moves and swirls and all this good stuff, and it will increase the horsepower of an engine like a bunch. Back in the day when I worked on Austin Healey's and bug-eyed sprites and stuff like that, because I had an Austin Healey, and the things that you could do. So when I had Volkswagens and working on them, I needed more horsepower, so it was a 40 horse, and I took the 40 horse out, bought new jugs for it from that place up in Chicago that had all these Volkswagen parts. Anyway, Whitley's or something. Anyway, and bought bigger jugs with pistons, and they sent them to me. Got them out of the box. I slipped them on, bolted everything down, torqued it down, stuck it in the back of the car, and yum, it was like it was like Herbie, where before it was just like blah 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 blah. I had Herbie. It would get 36 miles to the gallon, and it had a 10 gallon tank, so I could go 350 miles on 10 gallons of gas. That ain't bad. I drove halfway to Arkansas on, it took two tanks of gas in that Volkswagen to go all the way out to the Ozarks from down here in South Georgia. And, and back then it was at $1 a gallon. So it cost $20 to drive to Arkansas in the Volkswagen. Now, the things that I know about engines and stuff, I need to kind of put some of that back to work. To find an old Volkswagen that I could fix up like that for what I know about working on them. Um, I had that old. It was considered a 40 horse, but when I got done with it, one of the local mechanics told me, he goes, with those bigger pistons and dings and the blah blah blah, he said, you have about 50 horsepower, maybe 55. And so from 40 to 55 horsepower, you got 10 more horses that are going to pull your wagon. Okie doke. So, but anyway, um, as far as vehicles and things are concerned, if and my fingers are crossed, I'm really betting on my catalytic converter fixing my vehicle. If that works the way it's supposed to, and she starts running better and without all this other, I'm going to be so pleased, because I will have a reliable vehicle again without it leave me on the side of the road. So then I will more or less put that new car thingy in the background, because for $300 a month for 1 year, I can fix my Toyota and like premium, if I had it, if I took it apart and have the valves and the head reground, found out what size, if there was anything wrong with the pistons or whatever, have the thing bored out with bigger pistons and new rods and bearings and everything, have the crank and everything, checked out, and put her back together again, and haul ass at 35 miles to the gallon without some kind of weird computer in it, because it's an 80s model versus a 90s model. So to have a vehicle that actually runs, you know, without a lot of electricity and special requirements, and will go like a bat out of hell and and get me 30 miles a gallon, 35 miles. Absolutely, I want my Toyota back. So for any of you out there that are struggling with payments or whatever, um, if this thing with my catalytic converter works, I'm going to do a car video about what I've found and what other people are looking for. So, but anyway, it's a 420 and it's almost 520. Is that right? I've been yakking for another. We just had a recall notice through my door for one of my cars, airbag. Like what kind? But chill. But it'll be for both cars as they are basically the same. What kind of car? Hey, Paul from Newcastle. Did I say hi? I have a VW up best I've got was 74 miles per gallon. Oh yeah? What year was it? I was proud with the 35, miles per gallon. German. Scratch, it's German, but is it what kind of German? Is it VW German? I'm being nosy, just curious. There years ago when I was in the car business and working for a tier one company, we used to get all kinds of brochures and things about what was going on around us. And um, Ford of Europe, which we made a lot of spark plug wires for Ford of Europe in the in the Tifton plant at that time. But they had oh man, it looked like the Ford GTX, the sports car, and it was a GT. Oh crap, what was that little Ford? Anyway, it ran on diesel. It got 90 miles to the gallon with a 10-gallon tank. You could go almost 1,000 miles in this uh, an Opel Cadet. It was an Ford Opel, and it was a little GT sports car thingy. Had a hypo turbo on it, kind of thing. Got 90 miles to the gallon of diesel, and on a 10-mile on the tank, so it had a range of 900 miles. Oh, and it would go like 130 miles an hour. It was like, it would haul ass. And so they wouldn't let them into the US because while they were sitting still as the EPA tests vehicles, the emissions wouldn't pass, so they refused to let any imports come to the United States. Now, having not been in Europe or not knowing where to get information about what's going on with European cars like I used to could, I was like, now, are you serious? So they've got technology with diesel, which we can make diesel out of all kinds of stuff. Okay. We don't have to necessarily pump it out of the ground. There are all kinds of oils and things you know, um, and vegetable oils. There are just so many things we could get diesel for. Um, but that if you could go 900 miles on a 10-gallon tank of gas, and you're telling me it's not efficient, it doesn't pass your EPA test because the vehicle has to be at idle when you stick your tube up there. It's almost like giving a car the finger, the prostate exam. But bend over, little car. We're gonna stick our thing up you. I missed what y'all were saying. BMW. Oh, really? That's interesting. I've known a couple of people who've had Beamers, and they liked them. There was a couple of idiosyncrasies that I thought was weird about Beamers, but from a mechanic's point of view. But you know, I've worked on different vehicles. My good friend Tom, who rides motorcycles, got a BMW motorcycle. So, and he swears by them for years and years. So, but not having had the money to be able to buy a BMW, let alone anything like that. But it's would you be able to handle what, Mary? If we got enough gumption, whatever these crazy people do to us, one way or the other, we're going to make it through. Um, 18 months ago, wow. You want one now? Yeah, for anybody, my suggestion for folks right now. Now, I looked at the Ford Maverick little truck. And if I was to get something, I've done the reviews and things and got about as much chance, and if Ford will really put a warranty on it. Other ways they can have the damn thing back, and recall it and you keep it and I ain't going to pay for it and screw you. I'm an old person. Um, but I would pick a vehicle that was in good enough shape to be fixed up and last you, but anything prior to any kind of computer shit. Because uh, of all the stuff, having worked on my truck and gone through and spoken with, there was somebody that pulled up in the yard the other day with a friend of mine and wanted to borrow my little code tester thing, which yeah, absolutely. Here you go. But there was so much electronic stuff on his vehicle. One thing was telling the other thing not to do something that something else wanted to do, and the whole computer was going to have to get a reboot in order to fix the problem. Now he's got lights going off. He can't get his headlights on. Everything's controlled by this super duper computer panel, and he's screwed because it's all electronic. and none of it's manual. You know, I want basically when I push the gas pedal down, it moves down at the throttle body. Now there is a little device that reads, that senses something about where that where the throttle is, but there's an actual cable. Not in the new vehicles. There is no cable to it. It at the speedometer. I mean, as you push down on it, there's a little rheostat that reads it, and it goes through a little wire. There's no cable to the throttle. Okay, it's all the computer. So it pretends that the pedal's moving, but they ain't nothing but some kind of electrical sensor that's telling the carburetor to open or close. An air gun. The video went back to when Hawkeye was talking about the gun. Oh, you want one what? The gun? Oh, I can't use it after today. What? The air rifle? Oh yeah, you can. Fly by wire, right, Scratch. Then and here's the thing. I'm sorry. Having seen some of these things in my 22-year-old or 24-year-old 98 no 24-year-old vehicle that you know um I've spent almost $2,000, and most of the money that I spent were on sensors. This one and that one and that one and this one and O2s and this one's and got to have this one. We got want that one over there and got to have two. These coil packs are $80 a piece and need two of them, so there's $160. There's this one. There's this sensor. Well, that sensor there is like $72. What? Yeah, this one over here, and then there's holy shit. Now, I this is an older vehicle with fewer sensors. The more that I've seen with some of these newer vehicles and stuff, and the amount of sensors they got on them, and having this guy pull up in the yard going, "Man, my engine light's on, and this and that, and I don't know what's wrong, and it won't run, and here, plug it in." It's giving all these weird codes, and the guy's like stuck, like literally stuck because it's dark time and the car won't let him turn the lights on because he has to touch the panel, and when he touches the panel the lights won't come on. I got a fucking switch. you know when I turn the switch the lights come on. I don't have to push some button on a control panel. And I don't know. You don't know by 3:30. It's 5:26 a.m. I missed the 20 mark again. But it's 4:20. So here we go. There were many of us many years ago who were on the bandwagon. I'm still on the bandwagon for hydrogen. I'm still there. But the idea though that the oil companies and so forth, they squashed it. Then they want to go electric. Now, let's talk about this. Hey Cherry, how are you? Wow, I haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're doing well. But here's the real thing. So why would the oil companies diss hydrogen um, for electric? Huh? Think about it. So with electric vehicles, it's going to take a lot of oil for things to make the things. Or if you get hydrogen and you retrofit older vehicles, there's no money in that at all from the oil companies, right? And also, if you're depending on the type of recharge station and who's producing the electricity, so the oil companies can make money off of the production of electricity. Okay. So but if they have hydrogen fuel that can fit on any car, and with just modifications to carburetors and the lines in and out thing. Um, Wait a minute. The electric company don't make no money. The oil company can't make money on the side through the electric company. So, because now the cars are running on, holy moly, hydrogen, water. So, why wouldn't they back the uh, battery powered car after instead of the hydrogen solution to the fuel problem? And because them folks who have all that power up there, and who have had the power ever since they discovered oil. I mean, look at the Clampets. I'm just saying, look at the Clampets. You know, well, the first thing you know, old Jed's a millionaire. The kin folks said, Jed, move away from there to the place you ought to be. So they loaded up the truck and they moved to Beverly Hills, that is, with swimming pools and movie stars. So, so what's going to happen in the future? Um, I think that if anybody wanted to make, here's all these folks that like, and there's, you can do it. Don't get me wrong. That want to use biogas to power a power plant, car, vehicle, something. Well, yes, you can do it, but they're a pain in the ass and they're big. But now here's the thing: with the right amount of an electrical charge that passes through water, that makes little bubbles, and those bubbles are making hydrogen. And so it's just a matter of getting the ratio right, as far as the voltage and how much of the gas you need to produce and so forth. There ain't a whole lot to it, right? It's an electrical wire running through water, with, a certain amount of voltage on it. And then the gas is collected off the top. Okay. So, um, how hard is that really? People are making them and putting them on, adding what is made as the Brown's gas into the intake of the engine so that it runs better and is more fuel efficient. So here's the thing, though. So we could make hydrogen at home, okay? And where we could use alcohol, but alcohol's, oh, you can make alcohol at home, but to refine alcohol to that right level, it never, by the way, it never really mixes with gasoline. Because why? Ethanol alcohol is water based, and oil and water don't mix. Okay. And so now this thing, oh, they're going to grow corn for corn now. And we always thought that corn was the wrong choice. There are several of us back in the day, when in the Jimmy Carter days, etc., that sweet potatoes have a higher potential for making alcohol than does corn or any other thing on the charts. They grow thousands of tons of sweet potatoes down here in South Georgia every year. So people grow more sweet potatoes and even the cold sweet potatoes. And then they found out through the research. Now, this research goes back 30 something years or more. Okay. It was done by the University of Georgia up in Athens, and it went through the Georgia ag thingy. And so sweet potatoes, and then after the sweet potatoes, after you make the alcohol off the sweet potatoes, then it's drained, and what's left over is a feed supplement for critters. And because it's gone through the fermentation thing, it's done something to what's left over, and it's highly nutritional to animals. So here you are making sweet potatoes. Okay, they're going to end up in animal stomach, but to the point, what do they do with the slurry off the corn? Now that's supposed to go into helping to fertilize and feed and all that kind of stuff. Now I researched this way back in the day. And the thing is that sweet potatoes and certain kinds of sweet potatoes still have that potential. But to set up a still to get the alcohol to that 70, 80, 90% is really tough to do. The first few, up to 50% is easy. But from there, for every percentage that you need more alcohol and you distill it, the more energy it takes to distill the alcohol to get it more pure. If for every bit, right? Hydrogen is hydrogen. Hydrogen's hydrogen. When you knock that atom off and it turns it from H2 to H1 or whatever, and off it goes, it's in a gaseous state, period. It doesn't degrade. If air is entered into the system, it would simply make water. That would be the worst that would happen. Um, so hydrogen should have been the fuel of the future 30, 40, 50 years ago. It really should have. We can still salvage this. We as a people with all the data now that they have on Tesla and the cars and this and that, and people ain't being happy and the battery's not living long. I mean, where are you moving to, Mary? I'm being nosy. I don't have the energy to be moving anywhere. As much as I hate to, like, that there are literally alien species that would like to do these, would like nothing more than to see um, humans eradicated off of this planet and that it start over to their liking. But in a lot of the sci-fi and things and stuff that I've watched over the years, it's that's they don't come in peace mostly. They come because um, there's a resource here. The resource could be you and me and how much oh, you're moving out of California? Thank you, Jesus. You need gas money? I'm not very rich, but I'll send you some gas money to get you out of California. I don't know if there is a worser place you could go, but holy cow. I'll go sell some aluminum cans. Oh, by the way, speaking of aluminum cans, now those of you who may or may not, if you're short on cash, this is what I would suggest. You're going back to Chicago. I've been to the Windy City. long time ago, but stayed with a gentleman down on the South Street, not too far from the Hancock building. I remember that. Let's see. The Bears. Yeah, yeah. All together now. The Bears. Oh crap. What was oh. I collected over the years I found out that that project that I was going to do 30 years ago that still their current metal prices for aluminum now there is it was decided last week that the US is in a shortage for aluminum. Okay. Now, back when I was saving aluminum, if we could get 25 cents a pound, we thought we was doing good. All right. When it dropped below 20 cents a pound, we all said, screw it. Now, I have cans that I saved from several years ago, way too many. All right. And thank you, Michael. He helped get them all together now. Um, that which I sent you is to iScrap app, but aluminum cans right now are going for 72 cents a pound. Aluminum cans are going 72 cents a pound. We thought we were getting something when it was 25 cents a pound. So because they're in a crunch, thank you, Jesus, I saved all this aluminum I got out here. It's going to be a trailer load when I load it up. Um, that I'm going to get twice as much out of it now. Actually, I would have gotten 20 cents a pound, maybe 22. I'm going to get probably 68 cents because what the national average is may not be what you get locally. So I might actually only get 65 cents a pound. The carriers have got to make some bucks on it too. So because they have to sell it to somebody else at that price or whatever. So anyway, but it's better than 25 cents a pound. So if you see aluminum laying on the side of the road or whatever, I would behoove you at pick it up. It is worth money now, okay? Because there is the shortage of aluminum. And I was coming down the road the other day from coming wanting to Meg's, and there's all kinds of aluminum on the side of the roads. And I'm like, me and Duggar are just going to take a walk. Back in the day, I used to take a walk every day down to the river, down to the bridge, just for exercise. Um, some big power mains, cables are. Oh, a lot of them. Absolutely. A long time back, I used to watch back in the 80s. You have 49ers. Yeah, that's when I was watching. The Bears won their only Super Bowl back then. It was good to be out. Yeah, I bet it was, Mary. For when Saturday Night Live was like really Saturday Night Live, I can't watch them now. But when they did the thing, the skit with the Bears, that was some of the funniest shit. Tarbender, I knew what you were saying. You know, you got that Mary Juana twist in your brain. But no, um, the fridge. Um, oh, they've got what, the American Football League out or something now that just started like today or something. So we'll see. It's like I don't know. Anyway, um, when people talk about this carbon issue, and we've all got to go to electricity, and that's going to produce more carbon. It's going to produce more radiation in the atmosphere that we don't need. Um, you know, we don't have to make ethanol if we go to hydrogen. The solution is there. It's pretty damn simple. It would need some infrastructure um, um, at first to get going, but there's enough money floating around that a billionaire could put in a couple hundred million and have things up and running, and people would go, "Oh, holy shit! It's that easy to convert and run on hydrogen? Like no shit? Yeah, really, seriously, that's all you got to do. What? Yep, people be lining up. There'd be jobs for everybody, to switch over to hydrogen. There would be jobs for the people to build these individual little hydrogen plants. They could have a plant that builds the hydrogen converters that could be trucked to on site locations. There could be kits available for people to assemble on their own at their own location. So you could buy, there's so much money for the United States in general to the population and far as work and stuff, right? If we switched to hydrogen fuel, we wouldn't be tearing up Mother Earth. We'd be putting water into the atmosphere. We'd cure all this other stuff about pollution with converters and all this other kind of stuff. It if anything, it would be harmful because the O2 sensors in all these damn vehicles wouldn't know how to act. You could convert them, but what are you going to do with the O2 sensors then that are looking for particles? And if there ain't no particles there, then what are they going to do? Car's going to act up. So, but for a vehicle with a carburetor on, it's going to spray it into the carburetor. It's going to go into the cylinders. It's going to still run. Hydrogen. If folks say we can't make it, if they say, oh no, there's no hope, if they say the electric car is the way to go, shake your head and just say, actually, hydrogen's the way. And stick with it. Because if we keep saying hydrogen versus electric, if we start changing this idea that the answer is all about the electric car, nah, no, unless it were a hybrid. Now, if you had a hybrid that didn't have all them batteries and everything in it, but it ran off of hydrogen, oh my God, the efficiency of that would be even better. So it ain't that the hybrid car would be out of service. They would just use a different fuel for the hybrid engine. Problem solved. So it would work in these different conditions. But Super Bowl shuffle. So happy 420, everybody. It's almost 6 o'clock in the morning. Algae pools are cool too. Own your own community utility. Yeah, there's that too. There are several large solar farms that have popped up around here, down here in South Georgia, and going up the interstate, going up to Macon on the right hand side of the interstate. There are maybe 1,000 acres worth of, when I went up this last summer with my sister, we were like, what's that? Well, they were installing all of the infrastructure, all the poles and everything, and we had missed it. But after we came south a couple of weeks later, just after that, they started installing the solar panels, and there's this huge solar farm now on the going north on the side of the interstate there on 75. So, and I've got some solar panels myself, and when the sun's out, these things really do generate a decent amount of electricity without any moving parts per se. But you still have to have batteries and things. Now, you can use different types of batteries, lead acid and different types, earth batteries, all other kinds of things for around the house. But for a vehicle that's going out and, and running off somewhere, um, if hydrogen would become the fuel, it would be plentiful, it would be cheap, there would be no issues about, we can't pump it out of the ground or we don't have any kind of, you know, have you ever seen one of those plants where they're making gasoline that run all through the pipes? And I can't think of the right word right now. Um, Refineries. Thank you very much. Those things are nasty, and they're making our fuel, right? But they're nasty, right? And holy crap, they're ugly. They're nasty. So if we were making hydrogen, there wouldn't be none of that. Now, all them folks on all them oil platforms and stuff would, you know, might not be working as much. We're still going to need oil. Why? Because we make synthetic oils, but there are oils that come from oil and byproducts such as plastics and things. There would still be a market for oil. It just wouldn't be for cars. It wouldn't be to fuel us, except those old clunkers that like my old Isuzu that I would like to get running as well, just to see if I could. Um, but to the point though, so there would always be a need for gas, in my humble opinion, and there'll always be a need for oil to put in the vehicles. Um, and so it won't die, but it will lose its position as the major source of power, energy, and power, meaning money, power, and control. So a lot of folks ain't gonna like that worth a damn, but it will take a while to get the hydrogen plants up and running. I've got sitting in my side yard over here. One of these days, I'll have to try to see if I can take a picture. Hey, y'all. If I had a picture, could I just dump the picture in the chat? No, it's got to be posted somewhere for you to be able to go see it. Anyway, I'm going to have to learn how to do this share screen with um, what do they call it? Oh, come on. Zoom. Okay, there we go. I'm going to have to get more into some of the Zoom um, info to see about sharing the screen and stuff. But post it in your discussion tab on your channel. Discussion tab? Where would this be? Hmm. Are you talking about me and my main page, like where I'm at right now? Oh, I see what you mean. Oh, I thought I could post some. Nope. All right. That was a mistake. Am I still here? It ha- what has screen share? I used to know how to do this, and then they changed the format. But anyway, and I'm too stoned from 420, and I've been up for almost 6 hours doing this. It's 5:55 a.m. on 420, 2022. It's been really fun hanging out with y'all tonight this morning. And where a lot of folks are just see this as like there's no way out of this. I'm not quite sure how to get out of it, but I knew and I know that there are different things that we can do that we can change and it can be better. And it won't be hard in Mother Earth. But we're going to have to go through a transition of some kind. Same thing about money and what we trade and this and that. Um, everybody's, you know, here's something. I'm going to close with this little note. Everybody's worried about the transition to the um, digital money. Well, listen, my little bank card is digital. You plug it in the machine, which is digital. It reads it digitally, goes out to the bank, checks my account, says, okay, you're good. We can accept your card. It's digitally transferred. The amount of money that Dollar General or Walmart or whoever I shop with gets the money. No money is ever transferred, only dots and zeros. So y'all who are worried about the digital takeover of the money, the digital takeover has already happened. Okay. Stop sweating it. I mean, stop sweating it. You take a card, you go over. Some of them you go, you just get near the machine and it takes it and all that. Sometimes you use your phone and an app and it pays it. But to the point, we're already there. The cashless society is never going to go away. I mean, that's um, it. No, there's always going to be cash. There are going to be people here and there and this and that. There are going to be people who want to be old school. But as far as being worried about the new age and the digital age, let me tell you, when they first came out with the credit card, and I used to do the swipe it thing, the dink dink, and you sent them in, and that was that was the equivalent of AC versus DC, uh, or but so it wasn't. It was analog versus digital. Okay, so, but as soon as they learned how to transfer that wire thing over the phone, and it was more like a fax, then it became digital. So we've had digital money for a long time without actual money going from place to place to place like they used to do. So the transactions have been digital for a long time. Please don't sweat it. Tell your people to like calm down. If it's about Bitcoin and stuff, okay, I can't afford the stuff. I can't get into it. So therefore, why should it bother me? It shouldn't. Should I get my underwear in a bunch? No. Um, And so people are worrying about things that really don't really concern them in the aspect that they can't afford it or whatever. Oh, and the digital back and everything's in a reset and everything's in it. Look, if you ain't seen the reset here in the last 2 months with the price of oil and gas and this and dog food and if if that ain't reset us to the poor farm, I don't know what is. So we've already been reset, my friends. Have you not paid attention recently? So canned goods are still good. GMO or not, you want to live or die. Because if you ain't got no other choice, there are choices. Oh, but I don't know. I'm going to get freeze dried and all that. Okay, go ahead. You ever had some of that stuff? I don't really like it. And sometimes it don't really last as long because they test it, but they ain't actually ate none of it that's 10 years old. Okay. Because I had some that was 10 years old and nope. I think it's possible. I need to be looking at what your bunch of nice characters and run around. I missed something. What y'all damn laughing about? That's right. Charging people interest on money that never existed. Uh huh. Oh, good, Mary. I've been having a good time too. I think I got stoned. So we'll see how tomorrow goes, and if we ain't doing nothing, we'll have a post 420, get together. So, but anyway, I love y'all, and I do think there are ways out of some of this stuff. I really do. It would take some effort. It's going to take dedication. It's going to take people who really want to change and go, yeah, okay, I'll go on. You know, we like a yeah, we likes happy, don't we, Scratch? And giggles and snorts and those kinds of sounds too. So I love you all. Have a good morning. Have a great day. And I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you, your friends, your family, will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings still in the universe. And every day when me and Duggar go out to play, we continue to pray that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, and the many blessings in the universe. And for God's sakes, if you got a little place to grow something, go buy some seeds. And in that law of three, which is still important to you and me, I think we will continue to pray each and every day that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, and the many blessings in the universe. And you continue to reject the chaos that comes into the world from all sides. The more I look at some of this stuff, and there's some other people too who are going like, you know, that used to piss me off, and now I just laugh about it. It has become so absurd. There's things like Dave Rubin, who I promoted, you know, as as a gay man representation. Him and his wife David, um, um, and their discussions and so forth, and their openness, and and that they're learning that they're conservatives instead of liberals, and just but from truth being spoken from somebody that's supposed to be on the other side. Wow, no, he's a gay man and he's He's married to another man. Well, okay, but to the point though, they're nice people. And the fact that they love each other and have been together for many years, and so what? Okay. They've proven themselves to be upstanding citizens, and so shouldn't that count for something? And they get down on all of the girly and the thingy and the this and that. They are not. They don't like it. So, um, but these folks are reporting on things with honesty. Is my point. And when they'll pick on, oh God, how do I put this? I don't know how to say it right now because I'm stoned and sleepy. But when they pick on their own kind, when they pick on their own party, when they pick on their own establishment of things, I think to myself, man, the world is really changing. And the world's changing in a good way. And okay, I can accept these two gay men and their positions and so forth. They're reporting, they're editing, they're both in the um, media business, and they've been around for quite a while. And so, why not accept them? You know, they're being honest, they're open. Um, and wait a minute, all these other people spouting lies and trying to get clickbait and everything. There is another way, right? There are people who are making a change. They're considering, like the judge in Tampa, the lady judge, 35 years old, and I got this from the Rubin report, who said, the mask mandate is stupid, no more. And it went out across the wire, and all the people, on the airlines were taking their masks off and clapping and everything. And it's like, oh my God, it took one person to stand up and finally say, that's enough. So, do I have hope in the human race? Yeah. Have we gone down really weird places these last few years? Damn straight. Have we been lied to, cheated, and poisoned, with snake venom and stuff? Some of us. Have they tried to kill us? Yeah. But there are people who finally are standing up. And I'm so proud, I'm so proud. So, could they still kill us all? Yeah, they could. Should we worry about it every day, all the time, and everything? No. But if you're in a situation like Mary, getting out of California, that's a good thing, you know, um, because them folks out there, I've been to California, stayed there a few days, and was like kind of ready to get out of the state because, oh my God, the traffic just wow, just get me out of this place. It was worse than Florida. Yeah, me too, Scratch. I haven't been arguing it, but I ain't been wearing a mask. When it first came out and it was really strict, I wore a mask for maybe 2 or 3 trips to the store, but then it was like under my nose, and then the state of Georgia said, look, it's up to the business. It's up to, if I was, there was no liability upon any business. So if I went into a business and got sick, then it was my fault. I chose to go in regardless. And I thought the state of Georgia was pretty smart with that. So when I saw that, I was like, uh, you know, I take my own chances. I enter at my own risk. There you go. State law, don't have to wear a mask. But I don't. I'm, I enter at my own risk. Didn't say I had to wear a mask. But there are places still in Thomasville where people are all masked up and everything. And 30 miles down the road in Tallahassee, ain't nobody got a mask on. The few people. So, but people are starting to learn the non-mandate mask mandate for public transportation and airports and airplanes, no more. Um, and it took one federal judge. See, we can do this. I'm encouraged. Um, we can make a change, but we got to get some of them old cronies out of there. And I'm an old crony in and of myself, but some of this stuff is just like, just no, not no, but hell no. No, like no fucking hell. No, 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 stop this, you know? Um, and there are going to be some folks who are going to want to swing all the way over here to this side. And because this being Libra, I can understand about balance. So right now with the Biden folks and everything got so tipped, so bad. So who's the bad guys over here? We're the light ones, right? We ain't got no power. So all this heavy stuff is with these Democrats. Because they've got the power. They're now, He-Man and She-Ra, you know. And you watch Joe Biden fumble around and go, ain't that cruelty to animals? I mean, the thing about him on Sunday with the big bunny rabbit going over and getting old Smokey Joe and like guiding him back over there as again Dave Rubin, but in watching it myself, but his comment was, who is it that allows a bunny rabbit to go over and give directions to the President of the United States? Who's in that bunny costume? And who gives him the authority to like go get the president and round him up, bunny rabbit, and bring him back over here? And I was like, now that's a good point. That's a good point. So, and the people of the world are seeing what's going on and going, that guy can't be in charge. There's no way that guy is in charge. So, what do we look like to the world? A bunch of buffoons. We look just like Joe Biden. Hey, you're from America, right? Yeah. You're from America. That's where Joe Biden come from, huh? The one that, the big rabbit took him off. Yeah. See the white rabbit, I was thinking of one pill makes you larger and the other makes you small. And the ones that mother gives you doesn't do anything at all. Go ask Alice when she's 10 feet tall. And if you go searching rabbits, the Jefferson airplane. But anyway, here it feels like everyone is waiting for something bad to happen. Really? I have no idea who sees my post. They don't react. Yeah, I can understand that. That's a good thing, Scratch, because years ago, I mean, I kind of sort of still report on some of the insanity and things, and I will show my other side and how the effed up I think some things are going and so forth. But I also try to, at the same time, let's point it out. And my spirit guides and angel folks said, look, you have to show them how absurd this is. You have to show them, point it out, and then they have to make up their own mind. And we'll see, because there was stuff I talked about years ago that's kind of sort of coming out, about the Vatican and this and that and other things. But anyway, not that I'm ever trying to prove that I'm right, but it is that here's a discussion. Just chew on this one for a little bit, see what happens. Because for me too, in some of the things that have been shown and being shown is by watching what's going on. And you go, like, for example, I got to bring this up. On 9/11 that year, when Hillary fell down, they dragged her to that van and hauled her off. And then a few hours later, presented this lady who walked down the stairs all by herself with no help. And she wasn't wearing them big glasses. And, because I don't think the real Hillary is still around. If she is, she's still in a coma somewhere. But why do they keep bringing her to the forefront? Now, y'all watch because she was in the news yesterday again. Why are they bringing now? Hillary's older than I am. I'm 6'9 3/4. And so, why are they bringing this quote dead politician back to life? That, somehow Hillary Clinton was like, oh, she was the, women, they're suing her and because of the false information and so forth. Now, are they really going to do it? Are they really going to sue her? And they're in the process and things are moving around. So, but why are they bringing this quote dead politician who was out of the race, out of the picture? Why are they trying to bring her back in the spotlight? Something's going on with that. I can't tell you what, ain't got a clue, but something's going on and it's going to be interesting to watch. So I've been saying this for a while now, and in a way, I want to be vindicated in that when whatever it is they got planned, they try to do it. I'm going to go see. I knew something was up. I couldn't tell you what, but there it is. Yeah, I do want to do that one. And that might sound a little conceited, but I would not that y'all don't believe me, but for myself, I want to go, yep, I was right about that one. Yeah, I told you, and not necessarily you all in particular, but yep, I was right about that. There's something fishy there. So, but anyway, I don't really want it to happen, but I gotta ask the question, why? Why are they doing this? Why are they're they're parading around this old senile man that's cruel. If he really understood what they were doing to him and that everybody's laughing at him and he is the scapegoat. Okay, think about that one, y'all, and I pet goat and things. So he's the scapegoat in this. And I can't, um, there was one of the prime ministers of Russia that was drunk all the flipping time, and I can't remember his name, but he was like, "Yeah, I have that wash off," and his cheeks were always like blood red, and obviously a drunkard. But and they paraded him around for a while, and it was a horrible sight. And what they're letting Uncle Joe do with wandering around and he's going to shake hands with somebody and he's looking around the room and he's like, he thinks somebody was supposed to come up and shake his hand. Now, maybe, now, have we thought about this? Maybe there was supposed to be somebody there and he turned thinking somebody's going to be there and they didn't let him go there. So it made him look like a fool on purpose. Think about that one. Because he turned with determination. I watched it several times, so other people have. So he turned, like seriously, it was gonna there I don't think it was imaginary. I think that he has, as a politician, has been asked to turn to his right and shake the hand of the person who's going to be there. And they left him standing in the wide open to make him look foolish, even more so, which would make it even more cruel of a joke. So we all know that something's up with that. I've given my opinion about why HRC is back in the picture and that Kamala and the and the vice president, and this is going to do, and two women in the White House, one black and one white, and oh my God, oh boy. But I, I got to continue to ask, why are they bringing Hitler back? So, and nobody wants Camel Head. They don't want her. I mean, her approval rating in California is like 33% of people were like, we don't like the woman. And that's in the district where she was prosecuting attorney and all this. They do not like the woman. And so someone who is disapproved of in her own hometown by a lot is going to become the next president of the United States because Uncle Joe can't handle it. And listening to her try to speak, um, I'm sorry, but you know, I know some, I know some sixth graders that can speak better than she can, and even in public, they're more articulate. I mean, here's Camel Head is so. Oh my God, the world is laughing at us, don't you? Do you get the joke? you know, um, and from not necessarily a Republican point of view, but from a somebody who wants to get these folks out of their point of view, the next person who comes up that is even closely being articulate. If you think that Uncle Joe, if they're going to be able to slide him by one more time in the next election, that ain't going to fly. They got to do something else. So the Republicans are going to get it because why? The people of the United States are learning because of the polls. The lowest polled president ever, especially at this time of his presidency. So how you going to salvage this one, y'all? So from a political point of view, they're dead in the water. They're dead in the water unless a saint comes marching in and oh, will the saint come marching in? Oh, look, Hillary's back. Oh, Lord Jesus, she's here to save us. The angel has come from Arkansas to save us from this demon, Joe Biden. Oh, my goodness gracious. Because the powers that be promised Hillary. But here's the thing, if it ain't really Hillary, then why are they doing it? Right? There's nobody else in the Democratic Party anywhere, anywhere, but they got to bring up a dead politician and try to revive her. This is going to be so interesting to watch. I can't wait. Hey, Robert, good morning. I'm still here, but I'm fixing to go to bed. So I hope you had a great rest. Yeah. You need Candace Owen as your, she'd kick ass and sort your country out. Benghazi, yeah, they'll all know my video. I don't have, I've been in all this several. There's never anything, but I can't just keep posting. No, we can't post doom and gloom. My spirit guides made me stop, and they stopped me dead in the tracks, and they go, look, you can point this out, but then you got to talk about solution. Or if you point it out, it's like, well, it ain't necessarily doom and gloom because we ain't dead yet. But the plastics in the ocean, there are people who are seriously doing a good job in cleaning up rivers and cleaning up their states, and people ain't throwing stuff out. Well, Georgia is one of the dirtiest states I have been in. Let me tell you. So, Georgia needs to clean up its act seriously as a state. You drive into Alabama thinking, yeah, them Alabama hicks, we got more going for us over here in Georgia. Their roads are cleaner. By far, their roads are cleaner. They're a bunch of pigs in Georgia. Well, keep it in your vehicle. No, don't throw it out the damn window. So, but some Georgians got some splaining to do, and they need to get on the ball in that respect. But not everybody throws stuff out, but it does accumulate. It does end up in the rivers, as I've seen before. And if I would ever post these videos, me and Doug are on the river, you'd see some. But all I need to do is find my little adapter, and I'll download these videos and upload them, excuse me, to YouTube, and you'll see what I'm talking about with some of this stuff. So I love you all. Thanks again, Robert, for having another great show last night. I really have a lot of fun. So y'all be safe and happy 420, okay? And until next time, I love you all, and I do continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings in the universe. Till next time, be safe. Cheers, everybody. And I love you. Me and Doug are both cosmic hugs. Bye. There's no end to this. Says the camera's too long. I can't see the chat or anything. It won't end.